who is monitoring right now via Zoom to please mute your microphone, if you could, including myself.
No, I mean.
We have since COVID continued to offer our meetings in a hybrid format. So that means that, of course, while we are principally live, we also run simultaneously a synchronous version online. So we will kind of, you'll see as we balance through that metric this evening. What I'm going to do at 7 o'clock, which is in just a few seconds, is I will open our meeting this evening. I will introduce the board. We'll call the roll, establish a quorum. We'll go through our business meeting. We have 2 matters on our business meeting, and then we will go into our public hearings. And I'd like to take a moment for those that may have not been to a zoning board of appeals hearing before or any other public hearing. I will go through sort of a lay of the land, what to expect, and how the workflow kind of flows this evening, so that everyone here, whether you are here as an applicant, whether you wish to speak in connection with an application, that you understand sort of how the flow will work and the sequence. And I hope everyone is aware of the agenda we follow, unless there is some specific reason to depart from it. And all of this material is online. Everything that we are being presented, everything that's being referred to, will be also broadcast behind me. And all of the members that you see before you, myself included, and I'll introduce everyone in a moment, we all have our laptops. So we're looking here. So if you observe us looking this way while all of the subject matter is behind us, make no mistake, we're seeing exactly that. We're just looking at it on our laptops. So it is now 7 o'clock. I'm going to take a moment. I'm going to open our meeting and we'll get business underway. So convening the City of Newburyport Zoning Board of Appeals for the hearing date of June 11th, 2024, 7 p.m. Calling the roll, Mr. Ken Swanton. Here. Mr. Stephen Delisle. Here. Mr. Gregory Bennett. Yes. Mr. Walter Bud Shannon. Here. Mr. Larry Ginter. Present. And Ms. Lynn Scow is absent, and I'm Rob Champetti, present. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 members. The 5 voting members this evening, and this is more of a legal criteria. We must designate out loud who the 5 legal voting members are, which leaves 1 member that is going to participate in all hearing, deliberations, questions, but just won't vote. So the legal 5 voting members are Mr. Swanton, Mr. Delisle, Mr. Bennett, Mr. Shannon, and myself. And Mr. Larry Ginta is our alternate and will step into a voting role in the event of a recusal. And I believe we have a recusal by one of the members, although it's on an application at the very end of our agenda on 34 Lime Street. So with that, I'll just take a moment to introduce the board, and then we'll get into the sort of the length log of the flow this evening. We'll get right into the business of this evening. To my immediate left, I introduce Mr. Ken Swanton, our vice chair. To his left, Mr. Stephen Delisle, our secretary. To his left, Mr. Gregory Bennett, member. To his left, Mr. Walter Bud Shannon, member. And to my far left, Mr. Larry Ginta, our associate member. And my name is Rob Champetti. I have the privilege of serving as chairman. So with that, we've established a quorum. We've established the 5 voting members, and we are going to just get into our business meeting. For anyone that wishes to follow along, if you have a laptop, you can log on to the Wi-Fi that's available in this building, which is Newburyport Public. There is no password necessary. You can do that on your phones as well. Simply navigate to Newburyport Zoning Board, and you can view any of these materials if you chose to look at them specifically on your handheld or on your laptop. So we will get into the business meeting in a moment. Before I do, I want to take a moment and just walk through the flow of this evening when we get to the public hearings. We have a busy agenda, obviously out of respect to a grateful and greatly filled room of residents and fellow neighbors and citizens. I try to be as respectful as possible to make sure that everyone understands what they're in store for, so that we can move swiftly but methodically and thoughtfully through the business of this board and the business that impacts each and every one of us that's before us tonight. So with that, if you haven't been to a zoning board of appeals, here's the flow. Here's what to expect. We begin, and it's a very sort of linear process. We begin by first, I will read each of the applications by title, by address, and essentially I simply read the public notice. This would be the notice that was sent out to any abutters, the notice that was published. I read that by describing the property address, the applicant, and specifically what the applicant's seeking relief for, whether it's a special permit whether it's a variance, whether it's a special permit for nonconformities. And then I drill it down just one step further in sort of natural language, describing essentially what the applicant seeks. The applicant seeks all necessary permits, say for instance, to add an addition or extend a non-conforming use or whatever it is, so that you needn't, God forbid, be a lawyer, and you still will understand exactly what it is that we're being asked to approve. So once I've described and announced the application, we then hear from the applicant. That's when the applicant or the applicant's representative will take the podium. We ask that anyone who speaks this evening, this is applicant's representatives, neighbors, abutters, or anyone of the public, any one of you who wish to speak, to kindly, if you would, take the podium. And it's because we're broadcasting synchronously with our online platform that we're recording everything and allowing it to be very clear. So we just ask you kindly give your name and address and then speak your mind. So once we begin the application, we'll hear from the applicant or the applicant's representative, their attorneys, their architect, their designer, planners, or themselves, or any or all of the above. Once the application has been presented, while that's being presented, any materials that are public record, anything that we're reviewing, anything that's been submitted and is on OpenGov is going to be broadcast and simultaneously is available online. Once we've heard from the applicant and the application's been fully presented, I will then invite the applicant to confirm that there's nothing further, and then we will close that portion of the public hearing. That's the first portion of the public hearing, and we then go to public comment. Public comment is when I invite everyone or anyone in this room to kindly, by a show of hands and as an orderly as is efficient or convenient, to kindly allow yourself to be recognized. We will do our best to try to see all hands, and we will ask you and invite you to come to the podium, give your name and address, and speak your mind. I will say that when we do, there's a placard that I'll ask Mr. Port to my immediate right. And by the way, just for a moment, to my immediate right is Mr. Andy Port, our planning director. To his right, Ms. Caitlin Sullivan, our city planner, and to her immediate right, Ms. Gretchen Joy, who has the unenviable task of writing down everything every one of us says. So as you look around this room and look at these tables, I want to make sure everyone knows who everyone is. When you come to the podium, please govern yourselves accordingly with respect to the 2-minute time limit. I know that it's onerous. We have a very busy agenda. I have, great and wide discretion, and I usually exercise it very graciously all of the time, because like you, we are all just one of you. We want to hear from everyone, but we ask, in light of everyone having an opportunity to speak, to kindly govern yourselves to the 2-minute time limit. I will be as courteous as I can humanly be to sort of alert you to the fact that we're sort of running long, and I'll as delicately but pointedly try to alert you if you're speaking to wrap things up so that you can come to a conclusion, so that it's not a problem. But we ask you to kindly govern yourselves so that everyone has an opportunity to speak. Once we close public comment, and by the way, I will go through the room first, show of physical hands, and then out of courtesy for anyone online, we will then go to virtual hands that are raised online. We will identify them, and either Ms. Sullivan or Mr. Port will let me know. We will recognize them by name or by telephone number. We will unmute their mic, and then we'll hear from them as well. Once we've exhausted the room live, as well as the room virtual, we will then close the second portion of the public hearing, the public comment portion, and we will go to a section called questions from the board. I want to make a note here to just say that if you happen to frame your question if you frame your comment in the form of a question, which you're certainly welcome and invited to do, please know that we mean you no discourtesy or disrespect if we do not directly answer your question, though you are welcome to frame it as a question. We will be listening to all of the information. You will shortly hear your question reframed by one of the members of the board when it comes to the next phase of this hearing. So please, if you do volunteer a comment in the form of a question, know that we mean you no disrespect. It's purely procedural. We won't be directly answering your question, but know that we will be taking notes and listening very carefully. And you will most certainly see some recognizable version of your question in the form of the next third segment of our hearing, which is questions from the board. I'll then go for each and every one of our members, including Mr. Ginter, who is our alternate member this evening, unless there's a recusal at the end. Everyone will have an opportunity to pose questions, including reframing questions from the audience. Questions from the members to the applicant, to their engineers, to their architects, to themselves or others. Once we've exhausted everyone in the room, all of the members, I will then close that section of the public hearing, and we go to the final segment, which is called deliberations. This is when you, as members of the audience and the public, as well as each other and ourselves, listen to us, think out loud, and deliberate out loud. This is where we toil with the legal criteria of each and every standard of what's being sought by an applicant. They're seeking an application for a variance or a special permit for nonconformities, etc. We will go through the legal criteria and we will be speaking that criteria loud. You get to essentially eavesdrop because that's part of the public process. So you listen to us toil with that legal criteria. We go through deliberations one at a time. We discuss and deliberate. And once we have completed that process, we then close that final portion of our public hearing, at which point, under a sort of modified rules of Robert's Rules of Order, I will then invite any member of the ZBA to offer a motion to approve. A motion to approve is simply the mechanism by which that question is placed for a final vote. Please know that if a member makes a motion to approve, it doesn't mean that that member intends to support the application, supports the application, or intends to vote to approve the application. It's simply the semantics by which it is placed on the floor for a vote. So it is always in the affirmative, always in the form of a motion to approve. That motion is then seconded. Once it's made and seconded, I then call the roll. And in order for an application to be successful, 4 members of the 5 voting members of the ZBA must vote in the affirmative. 4 members equals a pass. Anything less is a fail, for lack of better expression. So, that is the sort of, the clip notes, if you will, on exactly what's about to happen. I always like to take a moment to just go through that so everyone is sort of on the same page. And so with that, we now will get into our business meeting, which are matters that we've already dealt with that we're addressing, either coming back before us for some reason, a modification or a question or something of that matter. And then we get into the public hearings and we follow the sequence. Anyone who does not answer to the call of the docket, if your application is called and no one is here to present, perhaps someone's running late, as a courtesy, as a board, we routinely will simply defer and continue that matter to the bottom of the agenda. No one loses that opportunity. It's simply put at the back of the docket. So I apologize in advance if you're here to speak in connection with an application for which the applicant is not yet here. That is something as a courtesy we routinely do. So I do apologize in advance that means that if you were here waiting to speak and it was number 1 in the docket and it's the folks aren't here, they're going to be at the very bottom of the list, which means unfortunately, so too would anyone who wishes to speak. But forgive me, there's no other better way, I think, to do that than that. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the indulgence of that walkthrough. We're getting to our business meeting now, which is the matter of an in-law special renewal request. So these are 2 in-law apartment renewals, and we have 32 Turkey Hill Road. And do we have anyone here on behalf of 32 Turkey Hill Road? Or Andy, do we have simply a request for renewal?
Oh, sorry. My name is Michelle Alt, and I am from 32 Turkey Hill Road in Newburyport, looking to renew our special permit that was issued for the in-law unit that we have.
Very good. Thank you. Okay, members of the ZBA, do we have any questions or comments, Mr. Swanton?
I just have one question, which is, I believe this was for your children, because these in-law apartments. Remember, are your children still living there?
So the in-law originally was for my parents, and both of them are now at Port Rehab. My mom is hopefully coming back to live in the in-law in September, but my son is currently living in the unit. And at this point, we're not positive about mom coming back, but she has Parkinson's. She's had some complications with that, but they are hoping that she can come back. So having her know that she does still have her home to come back to is a big motivating piece for her as well.
I'm sorry to hear about her condition, but thank you for answering the question.
Any other questions, Mr. Swanton? Mr. Gulati?
I guess I'll ask, is the child living in the house a minor child or a
No, my son is actually 24 and he is a firefighter. And he is also an ambulance driver for Cataldo, so he's living in the 2-bedroom unit next door. It's attached, but in the in-law.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. You,
Mhm.
Mr. Bennett. Mr. Shannon.
No questions.
Mr. Ginta. I have no questions either. Okay, we've heard from our applicant on the renewal, gone through questions from the board, and do we have a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the request to extend the in-law special permit for 32 Turkey Hill Road for 3 additional years.
Thank you. Motion is made by Mr. Swanton. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Motion is made by Mr. Swanton, seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon. Yes. Mr. Ginta. Oh, apologies. Rob Champetti, vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries. Thank you for your presentation. 32 Turkey Hill Road's application for in-law special permit renewal is approved. Moving now to 8 Coffins Court. Do we have the proponent online or
It's not like either.
not either? Okay. Do we have any questions from the board, Mr. Swan?
There's someone here to answer the question.
There's no one here to answer.
I guess perhaps the planning department knows. Is this still occupied by a relative?
Both parents.
Okay. Mr. Lyle? I have no questions. Mr. Bennett? No questions. Mr. Chen? No questions. Mr. Ginter?
No.
I have no questions either. So if it's still occupied, nothing's changed, status quo, just the cruel march of time is all that we're addressing this evening. We can make a motion to stop that. I entertain that motion. All right, we have a motion to approve.
So moved. Make a motion to approve the request to extend the in-law apartment special permit for 8 Coffins Court, 3 additional years.
Very good. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Motion's made by Mr. Swanton, seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon. Yes. Rob Champetti, I vote yes. 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. That motion carries. The in-law special permit renewal application on 8 Coffins Court is approved. Okay, with that, we will close the business meeting and get into our public hearings, beginning with the first on our agenda this evening. This is the matter of Jean Allen AIA 26 Beacon Avenue. This matter was continued from March 12th, 2024, then continued to April 9th, 2024, then May 14th, 2024. And I understand there is a request to further continue. Is that correct? Or no?
Make it keeping.
Yes. No, I apologize. This is a special permit for nonconformities to demolish an existing single-family structure and construct a new single-family home on a lot with a non-conforming area and frontage. Do we have, on behalf of the applicant, a proponent to speak? Yes.
Our attorney, isn't here yet, we're waiting for him to arrive, he's at another zoning hearing.
Is your attorney, Attorney DeShanes?
Yeah,
Okay, very good. I suspect you heard me at the outset. We will, of course, extend the courtesy of just simply deferring this to the end of our agenda. My apologies, and certainly we'll await his arrival. Thank you. Very good. So we will continue 26 Beacon Avenue to the end of our agenda. To anyone here who wishes or is here to speak in connection with that, this is a perfect case in point of circumstances such as this. There are many public hearings in many of our adjacent towns that are happening these same times, these same evenings. So my apologies for the inconvenience. We ask you kindly continue to stay here so that we can hear from everyone. Moving now to the second matter on our agenda. This is the application of Andrew and Louis Simons, care of Lisa Mead, Tallerman and Costa LLC. The application is 25 Ashland Street. This is a 2-prong application. The applicant seeks all necessary permits, permissions, approvals, and conditions for a special permit to demolish an addition and renovation and construction of a new addition within the DCOD, which is the Demolition Control Overlay District. The second prong of this is a special permit for nonconformities. The applicant seeks all necessary approvals and permits to demolish the addition and a renovation and construction of a new addition. Attorney Mead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the board. For the record, Lisa Mead, Tellerman Costa, 30 Green Street in Newburyport. And with me this evening is Andrew and Louise Simons, who are here, who are the owners of the property, as well as Matt Langus, who is with Scott Brown Architects, who is the architect on the project. As the chair indicated, the property is located at 25 Ashland Street, and we're here for special permit for nonconformities, as well as a DCOD special permit. So the property is located also in the R2 zoning district. It's improved currently with a single family home, and also an accessory structure, which is not the subject matter of this application. The original structure, which faces and is adjacent to Ashland Street, was built in or around 1765. We'll refer to that as the historic house. There was a first edition, which was constructed sometime between 1884 and 1924. Based upon our research, we believe probably constructed around 1900. We'll talk about that in a minute. We refer to that as the first edition. And then Andrew constructed an addition off the back of that in 1998, referred to as the 1998 edition. To be clear, there is no proposed change to the original home, which is adjacent to Ashland Street. Both additions are on the rear of the historic home, and we're proposing to remove both of the additions due to the structural issues related to the first edition, which is between the historic home and the 1998 edition. We believe that the board can find under the DCOD criteria that the cost of rehabilitation, considering the cost of rehabilitation to meet the requirements of the state building code, is excessive, and the project that section of the building has no substantial remaining market value or reasonable use. And we'll provide information from a structural engineer relative to that. So what is the history of the home? The historic home was likely built in 1765 on land which is now Atkinson Common. It was the home of Eunice Atkinson Currier and was previously the home of her grandmother, Eunice Atkinson. In 1854, Moses A. Currier purchased the land which would become the property at 25 Ashland Street. In 1858, Eunice Atkinson Currier was living with her husband Moses in his house at 259 Merrimack Street. Moses decked vessels built by the firm of Currier and Townsend, and later worked in the shipyard of John Currier. In 1859, Eunice Currier purchased the property at 25 Ashland Street. At some point prior to 1860, it is presumed that the historic house was moved from Atkinson Common to the property, no small feat, but we found evidence in historic records to indicate that. In 1860, Eunice was living at 25 Ashland Street, presumably in this house moved from Atkinson Common. Eunice gave the land for Atkinson Common to the city in 1873. In 1873, she bequeathed the property to her step-granddaughter and namesake, Eunice Atkinson Currier, by her will. However, the Form B states that she left the houses to Moses, presumably due to the age of the younger Eunice, who was 8 or 9 at the time. Later in 1883 or so, the younger Eunice, then around 18, married Samuel Williams, and they lived at 27 Ashland Street next door. Moses was charged to assume management of the historic home until Eunice reached the age of 21. We're informed by the city directory that the younger Eunice and her family likely began to live in the property around 1900, and the property was rented out prior to that. Hence, we believe that that's about the time that that addition was actually put on the back, and we're going to show you some maps to indicate that as well. So with that, if you could go to the next slide, please. So this is a 1884 ward map, and you see in the center of the slide 25 Ashland Street, and there's no addition on the back. So that's 1884. Next slide, please. And then in 1924, you see 25 Ashland Street, and so now that rear addition is constructed. This is a Sanborn map. Next slide, please. And this is the blueprint style of the assessor's maps, which are going to show you two from 1924, but they both represent the same, that you've got that addition on the back. And if you could go to the next one, please. And then here's the typical assessor's map that you would find in the large book when you walk into the assessor's office. But again, you can see the addition on the back. Next slide, please. So here's the site plan of the existing conditions. The property, just so I can point this out, is non-conforming for lot area. It has 9,690, where 10,000 square feet are required. It has non-conforming frontage of 53.79, where 90 feet are required. And the structure is pre-existing non-conforming also for right yard setback, as it encroaches into the right yard setback with a 7.5 setback, 10 feet is required. These are all on the original structure. None of them are going to be impacted by the proposed addition. What you can see here is in the hash addition on the back, you see underneath the small, you see the small addition, excuse me, the small rectangle, that's the existing addition on the back. And the proposed addition is that the larger outline with the crosshatch, all continuing to be in the rear of the home. Next slide, please. So as described in a letter from Mr. Fix, Joseph Fix, the structural engineer, which you have in your materials, the brick and rubble foundation of the first addition is in poor condition with large cracks, possibly due to shifting and settlement of the soil underneath the foundation. The foundation is on earth. It's got rubble and then it's got brick. And this will show you a little bit more about that in a minute. This letter states that, and I quote, the poor conditions and cracks of the foundation of the L indicate poor structural integrity, and the foundation requires repair regardless of any plans for renovation. Preserving the first addition while repairing the foundation, whether renovations or simply for repair, would require much difficulty, danger, and expense, he says. Particularly, it would require underpinning as the major method of repair. He describes this process as inserting several large steel needle beams under the first floor frame of the two-story L in order to temporarily support it. The existing foundation can be removed and replaced. He is very careful and clear to say that the process is difficult, hazardous, and costly. He describes several steps that it would take and the expense to expose the first floor structure in order to assess the framing to determine of how it will be supported by the needle beams. In order to do that, because you can't crawl underneath it because of the safety and the way it's constructed, you would have to remove the floor inside to expose whether or not the beams could actually hold the needle supports. He very clearly says that given the precarious nature of the two-story structure and the rubble foundation, worker safety would be concerned. His words are, quote, any attempt to keep and maintain the wood frame structure of the 1900 L would be fraught with difficulty, peril, and extreme expense. So now I'm going to go through the photographs, which I think you're going to be able to see with the naked eye how the foundation is slipping away from the main house and how it's bowing out in several instances. So some of these photographs are taken from the 1998 construction time period. What happened during that construction time period is, notwithstanding the fact that, as you can see, what I'm going to show you in 2 slides, that the new foundation from the new proposed addition was set apart from the existing foundation. There was a rainstorm that took away one corner of that, and they had to then redo footings and redo how they were going to connect it to the house. So as you can see, this is the first addition and its foundation, and you can see in this instance how that corner has been repaired over time. Next slide, please. And this is just another shot of that area. Next slide, please. And here's where they put the forms to do the original addition foundation, which later had to be changed given the essentially disintegration of the soils around the other corner. Next slide, please. And here's when it rained, the soils washed away and that rubble fell down. Next slide, please. Again, here's them supporting it back up. But you can see how the bottom of that foundation was rubble regardless of what happened to that corner. Next slide, please. Again, this is another shot of that corner. Next slide, please. And just another look at the construction of that foundation. Next slide, please. And then here it is during construction as well. Next slide, please. And then this is where they had to change how the methodology in order to connect that addition. Next slide, please. So here's a shot after the addition is put on. So you see the 1998 addition on the left, and you see the first addition immediately, and then you can see the cracks that have occurred even where they did the repair. Next slide, please. And then here's an up close angle of that condition. Next slide, please. Here is the first addition foundation. When we step away, you're going to see, but you can see in this, this is an area in the middle of the foundation of the addition, and it's bowing out, and the bricks are obviously very loose. Next slide, please. This is the connection at the house, the original house. Again, you can see the failing of the bricks in this area. Next slide, please. So, as I said earlier, much of the same footprint of the first and second, the same footprint as the first and second additions are going to be removed. But we believe that the addition will meet all the DCOD criteria. Let me say that we did have our meeting with the Historic Commission, as you know. They provided their recommendations to this board. In part, I would quote from them first, there is virtually nothing of historical interest in this part of the structure. Second, a combination of factors having to do with the dimensions of this section, its foundation, the topology of the site, make it unsafe to try to save it and build onto it at the rear. Even if it were feasible, this approach does not readily lend itself to satisfactory architectural results. They then went on to say the proposed changes in the rear of the structure, as illustrated in the plans submitted by the applicant, are not likely to have an adverse impact on the historical value of the structure or its environments. With that, what I'd like to do is go to the next set of plans, next slide, turn this over to Matt, the architect on the project.
Thank you, Lisa. Good evening, everyone. Matt Langis, Scott Brown Architects, 48 Market Street, Newburyport, for the record. Andy, would you mind just going back to the site plan just quickly, a few slides back? So before I get into the architectural, I just wanted to go over a quick overview of the progress of some of the challenges that we've gone through so far and how we got to the design that we see before you tonight. So from the site plan, we've gone through a lot of options for this addition. Most of them included a much smaller connector and then the addition attached to that, which eliminated actually the need to go to historic and also going over the DCOD calculations. And it also allowed us much more flexibility from an architectural standpoint because we have that flex in the number of the DCOD to go over on the allowable openings. But the issue is, we kept running into the same problem. The stair and the connector in such a narrow space is virtually impossible to get to all three levels. And then trying to make a dumbbell shaped plan work is just architecturally just really difficult. When you have one mass on one side and another, and then a thin connector in between, it just doesn't allow for an appropriate size or scale addition to match the character and the aesthetic of the existing house. And I think that's why it fought us so hard when we were going through some of these initial iterations. But the biggest issue, I think, so far has been this structural component. Regardless of the shape of the addition or the size or the scale of where it's located, we're still going to have to deal with that structural issue regardless. And we're no strangers, to foundation issues. I mean, every house pretty much in Newburyport has some version of a foundation issue. And to deal with those, we've dug the basement down deeper. We poured haunch walls around the perimeter. We've underpinned a bunch of times. I mean, under the foundation sections and pouring the footings. What makes this significantly different, though, is there's nothing to underpin to, and there's nothing to pour a haunch wall against. And that's what makes it more challenging about this project. But you can see in the photos from the 1998 edition, they're just pouring right against the wall that was there. So there wasn't even then an opportunity to pour a haunch wall or to underpin it. Because doing so would have given, an even more dangerous situation than what was already occurring. And then during excavation, there was one photo that basically had like a 2x6 holding up the corner there. So you can see that, some of the brick and the rubble is already giving way. And the likelihood of that happening again is pretty high. After reading the analysis from Joe Fix, he recommended one solution, which Lisa mentioned a second ago, cutting in space for steel beams, support the addition, rip out the existing foundation, pour a brand new foundation. We've done that a number of times as well. We've even picked up houses and moved them back hundreds of feet in the lot. We did one on High Street not too long ago. The problem with that though, is we would be cutting holes into compromising the foundation that's already compromised. So we would essentially be making it worse in order to try to hold it up and make it better. So realizing that, we wanted to address the challenges with the size and the scale and the placement of the new addition, but do it in a clean and sort of seamless way. So both from an architectural standpoint and a structural standpoint. So what does that mean? That means increasing the width from 10 feet, which is what we had originally in one of our iterations, to 19 feet for better utilization inside. It's just really difficult to get a kitchen, a bedroom, a bathroom, a closet to work in 10 feet. That allows for a new staircase to go to all 3 levels. The existing floor has this sort of U-shaped staircase inside the existing box of the house, which is really difficult and small and hard to use. And it also allows us to get far enough away from those foundation issues where we can attach cleanly to a more secure foundation, which is the existing house. So Indy, if you don't mind going back to the slide. The front first. Front elevation. So, yes.
So she's got the.
Oh, sorry. All right. Thank you. So the new stairs are sort of parallel with the house along the back. That sort of determines the width of the addition. None of this though can be visible or seen from the front, but what we are doing, Caitlin, if you can go to the next slide, is we're pinching in the addition 7 feet on each side. So we're extending it from that site plan. We're extending it to 2.5 feet beyond where that dotted line was. But we're still sort of pinching in the addition 7 feet from the corners. This elevation shows how we're keeping the scale of the addition down a little bit. We've changed the gable roof, which is there existing, to a hip roof. We're lowering the pitch of the roof of the addition, and that also lands lower on the existing house. And then the dotted lines at the bottom of the proposed left elevation still show the work that we need to do with the foundation. So even though we're proposing to sort of clean up the shape of this and intersect it in a cleaner way, we're still going to have a pretty complex footing and foundation plan that we're going to be proposing. Next slide, please. So the existing roof lands about 19 inches down from the ridge. It's shown on the top rear existing elevation. Our new roof lands about 30 inches below the ridge. So even though the addition's a little bit wider, the pitch of the roof is a little shallower. So we're landing on that existing box just a little bit lower. Next slide, please. So this shows a little bit of a better view of some of the grade issues that we're dealing with. We're sort of trying to keep that side entrance as low to the ground as possible to limit the amount of steps up to the first floor. So there's going to be some regrading on this side to make that happen. Next slide. So this is a pretty typical DCOD configuration calculation sheet that we do, but I think what it better shows is the area of concentration of work. We're sort of at like a natural disadvantage because we have a smaller square footage to start from. Getting to that 25% is just a lot harder to do when you have a lower square footage. So the big portion of that calculation of that 40% is that 1998 addition. If you were to just separate that and bring it out, it accounts for about a third of the proposed demolition percentage. So it's about 390 square feet or 16% of the total. So if we were to, pick that up and move it or not consider it part of this calculation, we would be closer to that 25% mark. And then from a material standpoint, we're matching all the existing materials, like clapboard siding, we're using rock resistant trim, wood clad windows. We sort of, say very similar things most ZBA meetings, but I think the thing that's different about this is that this house has been pretty meticulously maintained by Louise and Andrew. These guys have been excellent stewards of this property, and it's really difficult taking care of such an old house. This house has wide plank flooring still on the inside, all the mantles are still intact, there's an integrated wood gutter in the front that's still in great shape, all the shutters are still in pretty good shape, so they've obviously put a lot of effort into maintaining such an old house, and I would have no doubt that with this addition, they would maintain that, meticulous maintenance moving forward. That concludes the architectural side of things, but I'd be happy to answer questions.
Thank you very much, Matt. You go to the next slide, Andy. So as the board knows, the applicant requires a DCOD special permit because as Matt explained, we're removing more than 25% of the exterior walls of the structure. At least 16%, as he noted, is of the 1998 addition. The statute, the ordinance requires that the board find that it can be demolished because it retains no substantial remaining market value or reasonable use, taking into account the cost of rehabilitation to meet the requirements of the state building code as applies to historic buildings or structures or other applicable laws. Here, we believe that the letter from Joe Fix and the representations from the architect support the board's conclusion in that if it were to make it. The poor condition of the foundation, the first edition, as described and evidenced with photos, prohibit the reasonable use of that portion of the structure or rehabilitation of it. The applicant will have to replace the failing foundation, preserving the first edition while doing so will be fraught with risk and injury and at a great economic expense. Here, the applicant proposes to remove the first edition and comply with the Secretary of the Interior standards in replacing it. As Matt has shown in the architectural plans, it will be subservient to the main structure. Its scale and massing are similar to that which is proposed to be removed. It's not visible from the public realm, and it's complementary to, but not an exact duplicate of the historic structure. And so we believe that the board can make the determination as the historic did and recommended to this board that the DCOD special permit can issue. Next slide, please. The next criteria the board must address are the general special permit criteria found in section 10H7. And with that, I'll just kind of go through those in short order. First, the use is listed on the table of uses, and of course, the single family use is allowed by right in the R2 zoning district. Next, the use is essential or desirable to public convenience or welfare. Obviously, the ordinance has found that single family home is allowed by right and therefore inherently is deemed desirable. Further, replacing the unsafe foundation is clearly essential to public welfare and protecting the applicant's families and visitors. Third, the requested use will not create undue traffic congestion or unduly impair pedestrian safety. And of course, there is no change of use, so that won't be impacted at all. Fourth, the requested use will not overload any public services, water, drainage, etc. And of course, the structure will continue to be used as a single family home and no impact will occur there. Next is that there are any special regulations regarding the use, and there are none. Sixth is that the requested use will not impair the integrity of the character of district or adjoining districts. And certainly the use as a single family home won't impair the district. But more importantly, the revision of this or reconstruction of this L in the back will be beneficial to the entire district. I'm going to show you some photos in a little bit where you can actually see the L pulling away from the original historic structure. So something needs to happen to it. Next is the proposed use in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance, which the proposed single family home is. And finally, the proposed use will not be conducted in a manner so as to omit any dangerous, noxious, or injurious activities. And of course, it won't be. So the next item, and then you could go to the next slide, please, Caitlin. The board also, we're seeking a permit for special permit for nonconformities. Why? The reason is because the property lacks insufficient frontage, and because the addition is more than 500 square feet, the board needs to find that the proposed addition does not create any new nonconformities, and that the proposal is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing nonconforming structure. Here, no new nonconformity will be created. In fact, aside from the dimensional nonconformities of the existing single-family home, which won't be impacted, the proposal meets all of the dimensional requirements of the ordinance. Next, elaborating on whether or not the board can find that the proposal is not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. As we showed, the size, scale, massing, volume, location of the new addition are in keeping with the existing two additions. It cannot be or should not be considered substantially more detrimental than the first edition and 1998 edition combined. It offers a visually preferable appearance that complements the historic homes when viewing the structure of the property. That also was supported by the Historic Commission. And when comparing the proposed addition to the neighborhood, many of the other homes in the neighborhood, I shall see momentarily, have similar Ls off the back. And this lot actually happens to be rather large in the neighborhood. The house will be larger. The current square footage is 1,575 square feet. It's less than 22 of the 27 homes on the block bounded by Ashland, Stanley, Forster, and Merrimack Street. The proposed plan includes 2,620 square feet. You're going to see that this topography drops down dramatically. And so when Matt refers to 3 floors, he's talking about reaching the basement, first floor, and the second floor. So it's all. So with that, what I'd like to do is go to the next slide, please. And finally, the proposed addition is in the rear of the structure and won't have any impact on the neighboring structures. Next slide, please. And this is the dimensional table. And again, I just noted that all the existing dimensional requirements will not be, the non-conforming dimensional requirements will not be impacted. Next slide, please. And I've just gone through this. You slide down to the My Maps, please, Caitlin. So here's a bird's eye view, if you will. You can see the lot in the middle of the plan. That's the current property. So you can imagine that L in the back getting just a little bit wider and a little bit longer. And you can see the property surrounding it, all kind of long with the elongated lots that exist on this part of Ashland Street. Certainly in size and massing, but not any different and probably less in a massing point of view than its neighbors. Next slide, please. So here's a front view of 25 Ashland Street. And as you can see to the left, you see the driveway that goes in and then starts to drop down. We'll see that a little bit more in the middle in a minute. Next slide, please. So here's the side, the left side, or the east elevation. You can see the original structure, the first edition, and then the 1998 edition. Next slide, please. And this is just another view of that same side. If you look very carefully at the middle of the first edition here, you can see the brick wall bowing out in the middle of that, in the middle of the first edition, the brick foundation. Next slide, please. You can also see it kind of pulling down away from the original structure. Next slide, please. So this is the west side elevation. There's a fence there. You can see the 1998 edition in the back. There, but you can't really see the first edition from this end. Next slide. And here's another. This is a look behind the fence where Matt was talking about making this a kind of reducing the number of steps to get into this side. So there's a different elevation that they're going to work with the grade on the side of this structure. Next slide, please. And here's a rear view. Again, you can see how the yard drops down in the back. The topography really drops toward the back of Ashland Street here. Next slide, please. And this is from the very back of the yard. Again, you can see the other structures that are adjacent. You see the other structures that have L's that are elongated on the street. We have that barn that's on the left-hand side. So obviously you can see the 1998 screen porch there. The proposed addition is going to be first lower in height than the existing L, but just a little bit beyond what is existing in the 1998 edition. Next slide, please. So here's a street line down Ashland Street as you look toward the river to the north. You can see 27. You see the 25 view is not going to change at all, and then you see 23. All of these are brought against the street. Next slide, please. And then you see 19 and 21 Ashland Street just beyond. Next. In 27, all good sized homes. Next, please. At 29 Ashland Street. Side. And 31 Ashland Street, just beyond also. Next, please. And then 28 Ashland Street, everybody's favorite, building on Ashland Street. Next slide, please. 22 to 24 Ashland, that's just down beyond what we just saw on the opposite side. Next slide, please. And 20 Ashland, so this is on the opposite side of the prop. Next slide. I will also say the board has received 6 letters of support from surrounding neighbors and all supporting the changes in this project. With that, we would request the board grant a DCOD special permit and approve a special permit for non-conformities to allow the proposed addition. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Mead. And just assume that's the conclusion of your presentation.
Yes, sir.
Very good. With that, we will close the presentation portion of the public hearing and go to public comment. And with that, I'll just ask Mr. Ford to put up our placard that just gives the little rules of the road for public comment. So again, ladies and gentlemen, anyone who wishes to speak in connection with the application, please know you need to be pro or con, though you're welcome to let us know if you fall in one or the other camp. You're also certainly welcome to just simply share your thoughts, and we will listen to them all. We ask you to kindly govern yourselves, as I mentioned at the outset, to a 2-minute plus or minus timeline. And with that, any hands in the room? Anyone wish to be heard in the room? Yes, sir.
Bob Groskin, 22 Ashland Street. I live right across the street from the Simmons' house. Every morning I see their door, see the activity. They love this house. They care for it. I've been in their home, beautiful home, fully supportive of their application.
Thank you, Mr. Creston. Cross. Thank you, sir. All right. Anyone else wish to speak in connection with the application? In the room, any hands? Going once, going twice. I'll circle back again, but do we have any hands online or anyone who wishes to be heard online? Seeing no hands online. And one more look through the room. Close that portion of the public hearing, and thank you. We will now go to questions from the board. We'll begin with Mr. Swanton.
Yes, thank you. Attorney Mead, large historic district, pretty much the big thing stopping them from being knocked down are this DLCD bylaw or ordinance. The proposal here is to take down 40% of building, but I understand it. I think you mentioned that includes the 1998 piece. If you took that out, it'd be a lot closer to 25. Is that correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Still a little over the 25.
It's a little bit over, but it's because you have to include everything. So yes, that's correct.
To me, it's very significant here, so I just want to, for the record, I think you already mentioned it, but the Historical Commission, this has to first go to the Historical Commission, they reviewed all this. And their advice to us essentially is that it's okay to take down this L on the back, and it's not particularly significant, and it's fine, correct?
That is absolutely correct.
Okay, thank you. I noticed that when the 98 edition was put on, and you dug in close to the 1900 edition, that foundation kind of collapsed. Are you at all confident that when you dig away both of these additions and get into that, I realize the original building, even though it's from the 1760s, was moved there 100 years later. But is your architect, are you confident that you won't have a collapse, if you will?
I'll let Matt answer that, but I believe that they obviously reviewed all of that and are confident that that won't happen, but.
So, just to address that question, that change in foundation is actually between the two red masses that's on the lower left elevation. The foundation of the main box is actually much more intact. It's all, essentially rubble. There's a couple of photos, actually, Caitlin, if you don't mind going back to one of the photos that shows the back corner, sort of zoomed out a little bit.
Of the original house.
Of the original house and the addition, sort of like in one photo. Maybe it's towards the lower end.
Right there. There you go.
Actually, a couple more down, it's more zoomed out. Well, there was a photo, maybe it's that. So the majority of these issues happening beyond where, that first edition is, the first edition is sort of sinking down and there's some settlement in that brick, which I think caused a lot of issues when they were pouring the dew against the brick. But the foundation of the existing house is much more intact and I think is much more suitable to attach a new foundation to rather than to deal with the existing settling brick.
Okay, thank you very much. My last question is just, this is a substantial rehab. You didn't mention it, but part of our rules here, substantial rehab, you have to redo the sidewalk, the trees. I assume you've seen all that, right?
We have seen that and, there's gonna be a lot of work here. And the ordinance actually says, when you apply for the building permit, if the value is determined to be substantial, which is 50% or whatever. So everybody is politely getting ahead to get DPS ahead. And so my clients are very well aware that if that value is a substantial rehab, they have to do the sidewalks and the trees and it works with the DPS. But we don't have that value yet because we haven't done all those
Right,
things.
that's typical. Right, thank you. That's my last question.
All right, thank you, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Now, Mr. Gilat.
Yeah, I had a few questions also. With regard to the first edition L, what's the footprint of that piece of the structure?
Can you go to the site plan maybe, Andy? Do you know that, Matt?
It's 11 by
About 11 by 11.
No, the length is longer.
Just.
Not the, not.
Oh, no,
not
that's the addition, right, that's the porch, the
Yeah,
1998.
it's about 11 or 12 by 11.
About 11 by 11, 11 by.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um,
Thank you, sorry about that.
Yeah, and then if you were to add the 1998 edition, that would become like.
So that's that whole, in that rectangle
The smaller-
inside,
right.
yeah, that's the inside rectangle, that's the both of them together.
Right, but it's more than half is the 1998.
Correct, the 1998 edition is longer.
It's longer, but it's one story.
It's longer, 1 story, and the L is 2 stories.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about, just the footprint though, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. And with the increase in the square footage going from 1575 to 2620, you mentioned that was including all the 3 floors when you had that.
I think it's all the living space, and what I was trying to explain was that Matt was talking about the 3 levels of this. So that's the basement, the first floor, and the second floor.
So there's living space in all those 3 levels?
Yes.
Yes,
Correct.
and that total is distributed amongst those?
Correct.
Okay. Oh, yeah, last question. Does that original chimney stay? Does that get replaced with a,
On the main house?
yeah, because that looks like it's on the other side of the line.
Yeah,
So
so
just
if you
curious.
could go to the front elevation, Andy. Yeah. Right, staying.
Yeah, okay. Great.
Yep.
That's it for me.
Mr. Bennett.
Attorney Mead, I'm trying my best here to find some questions, but given the comprehensive presentation, I'm having a difficult time. It's really frustrating to me.
So I'm sorry, I'm gonna throw one in next time.
I just have a couple. Can you comment on how the material, windows, property and the like will be harmonious with the historic value of the structure?
Sure, I'm gonna let Matt address the materials.
So, Mr. Beck, we're planning on using matching cedar clapboard, which is what is there now, using rot-resistant trim on the addition. It takes care of the materials for the addition, and then the windows were wood-clad style window. So match the appearance of the existing windows.
I would also note, you'll see they pick up on the detail of the corner board at the back corner of the new addition. as well. So they repeat that in the back, not quite as elaborate, but it does have a corner board that reflects the one in the front.
And I just, one last question, just to clarify. When the structure's going from 1525 square feet to 2670 square feet.
2620.
2620, correct. Is that entire difference from 15 or the addition from 15 to 26, is that the square footage of the new addition or?
Total house.
Okay, so could you tell me how many square feet, what's the new one?
It's 1,045.
Okay. All right, thanks.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chen.
Yeah, I was just trying to come to grips with the roofing changes. And it sounded like in the presentation that the existing roof is 19 inches below the old house peak. And if you look at this drawing, it's not.
Yep.
So is that an error?
It is an error, yeah, so,
It's something that's on 2 or 3 of them.
yeah, right, so we had, and it might have not have made it into the presentation, but we
Okay.
had some dated drawings. And we spoke about that in the historic meeting as well.
Okay,
The rear elevation is the elevation that shows
That
it
shows it
accurately.
correct.
Exactly, right, so the left and right elevations, should be updated, that is an error on there, and, to be
so so
19.
that's correct.
Exactly,
So the new roof is actually shallower pitch and lower from the original peak.
that's correct, yep.
And just so you know, we submitted to the board actually yesterday, those revised plans to make sure that it was.
Okay.
So we submitted those on, one open go yesterday. I couldn't think of what it.
No other questions.
Mr. Ginta.
Well, I just want to go back a little bit. To this foundation, you know, I was looking through the pictures that you went here and then I went on to Zillow and I looked at some pictures and I do have some concerns about that.
On the original house?
On the original house, it looks like it hasn't been repointed, at least these pictures may be a little dated. I'm just wondering, is that part of the overall plan to repoint the existing foundation?
Yes.
It is,
The answer is
okay,
yes.
all right, just to be safe. That's-
right.
Okay. Just a curiosity, the original edition from, the 1900s, what was its purpose?
Well, what rooms are, there's a kitchen
Yeah, there was
and a bed.
a rough kitchen on the first floor and a small bedroom on the second.
And then the last question that I had, it looked like when you looked at the south rear facing view there, it showed the purple and the red. Is the red a portion of the original 1700s house that's gonna be taken off?
Are you talking about the demolition?
Yeah, yeah.
So,
Like, see that?
right, so that'll be covered up by the new addition is that wide, right?
Exactly.
Right, so that will be, so that area will be covered up because that's the new addition is that wide.
Okay.
Right.
So is part of that the original 1700s?
That is in the back, right? I'm not doing anything to the front and side of the spots, right? But so the back, and obviously it's in the demo caps, that will be removed.
They will, okay. No more questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ginta. I just have one follow-on question, and forgive me if you've already answered it, but when it comes to the material choices that had been represented, I understand that it is natural materials, cedar, collaborating. Is it cementitious or is it actual cedar?
No, cedar, wood cedar collaborates, but what Matt was saying is that the trim will be kind of
Right.
all-weather kind of trim, right? A composite material trim.
Okay, so like an AZAC or similar, or just is it
They're-
synthetic, just rot resistant?
They're using a Boral, which
Boral,
is, right,
And the roofing changes, material changes to the roof?
architectural shingles.
Very good. All right, I have no further questions. Any other questions from the board?
Can I ask one more?
Yes, please.
Just to sort of get comfortable with the sort of the valuation of the L, so that we can make our finding for the DCOD bylaw. there were no pictures of like what's going on underneath. And that's because what's going on underneath, it's just, there's some very small space between the rubble and the stone and the dirt. The underpinnings of the floor.
That's correct, and nobody will crawl under there because they're really worried.
Yeah, right. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. If there aren't any further questions, we'll close that portion of the public hearing. Go to our deliberations and, keeping in mind, members of the ZBA, we have two matters before us, the deliberations and criteria around a special permit under the DCOD and then a special permit for non-conformance. We can deliberate all of them sort of together, though we will take a vote separately when we get to that, and we'll begin with Mr. Swanton. It always falls on you. You can walk us through the criteria.
Here we go.
However, so
I'm not gonna walk you through all nine.
you don't have, but I'll let you take charge.
Yeah, there's two things that are being proposed here. It's pretty rare that somebody asks us to demolish 40% of the historic building, although a big chunk of it's from 1998. And the Historic Commission thinks it's not a problem. It's in the back, it's recessed. So for those reasons, I don't have a problem with that. As far as the second half of this, putting this addition on to a building that's not conforming. Once again, the addition's in the back, it's recessed on the sides. It's sizable, but some of it is like in the basement, this thing goes downhill in the back. Can't really get a sense of the massing of the street. It's not like it overwhelms the neighborhood. Houses with similar additions, and we've already heard from the butter. Is that on this one?
Across the street.
Yeah, across the street, and there's a little bit of support from neighbors. So, it's a two-pronged test. Are there new nonconformities? No, there are no new nonconformities. And is it more detrimental, significantly more detrimental to the neighborhood than the pre-existing non-conforming use? And no, I don't think it is. If it was a lot of massing being added to be one thing, but as I said, it's recessed, it's in the back, it goes down. So I can support both of these proposals.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Black.
Yeah, I would agree with Mr. Swanton. I think that, based upon the evidence that has been presented tonight, and especially with your initial filing letter and the report from Mr. Fix, or I guess he's a Mr., not doctor. But I think that substantial evidence has been shown that the demolition of the 40% of this historical structure will not be oh, yeah, well, the substantial market value, but it won't be run afoul of the DCOD section of this. And you've done enough to show that the special permit for the DCOD has been satisfied here, in my opinion, as well as I'm in agreement with Mr. Swanton with respect to the special.
Thank you, Mr. Black. Anything further? Very good. Mr. Bennett.
Just a few comments. I agree with my colleagues. Mr. Fix's testimony is compelling and unchallenged. The decision by the destroying or anyway comparing a truly historic structure. The lot coverage remains well within the gain open space, well within the regulatory. 78. The size structure is consistent with the neighborhood. It's consistent and in terms of scale and massing, and for those reasons, There have been letters of support. This is an ambitious project. It, great benefit to Newburyport. And I think it's laudable that the owners are taking on this challenge. So
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Chairman, I agree with my colleagues. And I've said it any better than all three have stated it. So, I can support the application as presented.
Mr. Ginta.
The application, I think this is an improvement house. Also think it's an improvement to the neighborhood.
Thank you, Mr. Ginta. I have to agree, and I think that to the credit of the applicant, like all of us in this room and everyone on the planet, so too our bricks and sticks have a useful lifespan. They live proudly and then they come to an end of that span, and I think it's only for the stewardship and restoration and adaptive reuse of historic structures that we get to sort of see through and steward through our historic inventory into the next generation. It is imperfect like we all are, but this is an example where I think it's laudable. It's certainly not inexpensive, I'm sure, and not without lots of problems yet to perhaps be discovered. But I take a lot of credit from our historic commission as they review this and give us advisory. I think it's a valuable process to see the DCOD sort of behave and breathe in this way, to methodically give us the pause to look at each and every one of these applications, carefully, thoughtfully determine whether there is an adaptive reuse, whether there is a historic preservation path that can be taken. And I think the the Historic Commission gives us great advisory when they say in their review and expertise that even in the best case scenario, very little will be salvageable in a recognizable, historically appreciable way. So that's sort of the bell that chimes us in to say, perhaps it's time for a new version of this for the next generation. So I think that in a place like Newburyport, especially, when I see this, I laud you and commend you. It's not inexpensive. It's not easy. It's also not perfect, but it is as perfect as we could hope it to be. So I greatly appreciate this level of detail, because otherwise these buildings go away. So I'd rather have some portion of them than no portion of them. So I absolutely support it. And I thank the entire team for the presentation. Any further deliberations? All right. I will close the deliberations and we will go to a vote. And again, we'll do these one at a time. Why don't we take them in sequence with the special permit under the DCOD? First, we have a motion to approve the special permit under the DCOD. So moved. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. And a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you, Mr. Delisle. Motion's made and seconded by Mr. Swanton and Mr. Delisle.
Should we add the sidewalk conditions to that?
Yeah, that's gonna be the next one.
My apologies.
No worries. Motion's been made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Delisle. Calling the roll, Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
yes,
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
Rob Champetti, yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. That motion carries and the application for a special permit of the DCOD is approved. Next is the special permit for nonconformities. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So Mr. Bennett, thank you, Mr. Bennett. Do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Motion's made by Mr. Bennett and seconded by Mr. Shannon on the application for
With two conditions. Very good. Shall I read them into the record or?
Please.
Read them into the record. The applicant shall replace the existing sidewalk in accordance with the specifications provided by the Department of Public Services. Said improvements shall be completed prior to the building permit closing in extenuating circumstances, including but not limited to seasonal constraints. An alternative deadline for compliance herewith may be submitted to and approved by the sole discretion of the zoning administrator. Number 2, should the 2 existing trees be removed per the tree commission, the applicant shall plant 2 new street trees in accordance with the specifications provided by the Department of Public Services. Said improvements shall be completed prior to the building permit closeout in extenuating circumstances, including but not limited to seasonal constraints. An alternative deadline for compliance herewith may be submitted to and approved by the sole discretion of the zoning administrator.
You ought to write an apology card to Miss Gretchen Joy for having read all that. She's fevered, she's not typing away. Did you get, all of that? Fantastic. I'm just,
Just have that stored.
as I listen to it, I know that it's, you know, it has to be read into the record, so apologies, but thank you. Okay, motion is made and seconded with those conditions, and thank you, Mr. Shannon, for taking the time to do that. Calling the roll on the special permit for non-conformities, Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Black.
Yeah.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. Shannon.
Yes.
I vote yes, that's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it, motion carries on the special permit for non-conformities. Attorney Mead, thank you very much, and to the applicant and to everyone who participated, thank you.
Thank you all
Good
very
luck.
much.
Thank you.
Very good. Moving on to our next application this evening. This is the application of 4 Franklin Street, Keith Abloh. This is a special permit to allow an investor short-term rental unit use 111 B. May we hear from the applicant? Dr. Abloh, good evening.
Good evening. So my executive assistant is here with me. We have a property at 4 Franklin Street that has been operating as an Airbnb. And as we understand it, under the rules of engagement, there's a 3-year grandfather period that's possible when an investor owns an Airbnb. So that's why we're here, to seek that permission to continue doing what we've been doing in the way in which we've been doing.
Very good. That's fine. And just to be fair, this is only the second application under our zoning bylaw amendment with respect to short-term rental units. So we, as a board, are also sort of feeling our way through as well. So we may unpack some more of this as we get into questions. So I'll ask your indulgence to maybe we can address additional questions as they come up, because I'm sure the board may have them. But to the extent of the presentation, was that essentially, that's essentially it?
Well, that's basically the presentation. The dwelling has been inspected as the rule insists it should be. We've complied with the few changes that were requested in terms of the structure of the railings and things like that. Otherwise, there have been no complaints about the operation of said dwelling. We have all of the relevant bells and whistles that go with such an application, like the fire extinguishers, the smoke detectors, the exit plan, the noise detector, and parking.
Very good. Okay, we'll just take a moment and go through the next phase of this, and we'll ask you to stay close for questions and such. Thank you.
Sure.
Very good. We'll close the presentation portion of our public hearing, and we will go to public comment. And again, ladies and gentlemen, if you wish to speak, just kindly raise your hand. I'll recognize you, and we'll ask you to kindly take the podium, give your name and address, and then we'll do the same online. Anyone wish to speak in connection with this application? Seeing no hands in the room, we'll look for a moment online. Caitlin, we see any hands online? All right, no hands online, and I'll do one last pass through. Going once, going twice. Good. I will close the public comment portion of our public hearing, and we will go to questions from the board. We'll begin with Mr. Schwann.
Yes, hello.
Good evening.
I may have missed it, but when you introduced yourself, did you give your address?
My address, yes, is 36 Water Street in Newburyport, Mass.
And this short-term rental unit at 4 Franklin Street is how many bedrooms is this being rented for?
2 bedrooms.
2 bedrooms. And what is the parking situation? Do you have parking, or do you have lease parking? What do you have in way of parking?
We lease 2 spaces adjacent to the dwelling.
Is that little lot just to the right of the house as you're standing in front of the house?
Exactly correct.
Okay, I'm very familiar with the neighborhood. I don't live that far away. Now, as far as parking goes, this is actually more a question for our town planner, just to be clear here, because as has been said, this is only the second time we've been through one of these things.
Take your time.
But with parking, with a 2-bedroom unit, do you have to have parking?
Yeah, just to clarify, so this is just an excerpt from the zoning ordinance, the section, yeah, sorry. Make sure I see the screen. So the highlights here are just the excerpt from the zoning ordinance. The council when adopting the ordinance had taken into account what we refer to as the grandfathering of non-conformity that might exist on lots. We have a lot of the older lots, non-conforming lots that don't need zoning, parking, et cetera. Here, the council was recognizing that a non-conformity that might exist, if there's, say, an absence of parking for the unit that exists there today, that could continue. And in the case of the new short-term rental unit being essentially added to a property, this table here is referencing the investor short-term rental unit category. I just highlighted here that the minimum parking required for that principal residential use is the starting point. And again, the council recognized here would be including recognition of any pre-existing non-conformity for sale. So if there's not any parking today, it would not be an expectation for parking for the residential unit itself. However, to answer your question, for the new short-term rental unit above 2 bedrooms, so here it says plus 1 additional parking space for the short-term rental unit, except that the renting of only 1 or 2 bedrooms shall not require additional space. So first 2 bedrooms, there's not a requirement to add. You trip that beyond that, you do need that.
Okay, so he actually has at least 2 parking spaces. Why not just make sure I understand this? He didn't even need to do that.
Correct.
With a lower 2-bedroom unit, you can just park on the street, basically.
Right, as this ordinance is constructed, there's not a requirement into just a 2-bedroom.
The fact that you have those spaces is a plus, but it's not a requirement, just so.
It's a convenience.
Like I said, this is only the second time through on one of these things. Have there been any, complaints, with the building department, the, police department, the building department, or I'm not sure which of you I'm asking, but is there a record of any complaints of this operation?
No.
Yeah. And I think it's part of what's become our query, and the query in preparation for each and every one of these STRU applications. Planning office in its infinite courtesy and graciousness, they are doing the asking for us to ask the police department and vet whether there have been any complaints. And I see in our staff report there haven't. We would know if there are any zoning complaints or any planning board or planning office complaints. And it appears there hasn't, which is actually a good pro forma for us. Because, and thank you, Bob, because we would otherwise never know.
And thank you for clarifying that, because I kind of want that in the process here, in our minutes.
We're refining this process for ourselves and each other, sort of as we, things can exist very elegantly in prose, and then we find that they're very unwieldy in practice. So elegance in prose, clunky in practice, our job is to sort of create an alchemy between the two, and that's exactly what this is, all out loud for everyone to hear and see. But I think in good faith, we are trying to figure out a credible way by which we can do this work, be balanced and fair, be fully transparent, get through the business of these applications, because they will start coming at us, like rapid fire, starting very slow, I'm sure. So that's great, and thank you guys for doing that, so that we have this in front of us. All right, is there anything else?
No, that's my only questions. Thank you.
Black.
You.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions. I think I have questions regarding parking, and I think that Andy, if you could just put that. I think my questions are. Sure. Oh, the insurance issue, yeah, we raised that. Yeah, I'll have to. Yeah, so you have to meet the 2 for the residential use. Then you need something else, another parking space for the STRU use, unless it's 1 or 2 bedrooms, in which case you don't. And in this instance, the parking is set, so there's no issue at all here.
Right.
Okay. And Dr. Abelo, with respect to the insurance that you have for the STRU, what type of insurance is that?
Yeah, we have commercial renters insurance. So
And that's what we were.
Yeah.
Very good, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, just to follow up, what are the limits on that policy?
I actually don't know the limits on policy.
How long have you,
It's 2 years.
It'll be 2 years in the fall, in October.
okay. Can you give me a sense of the occupancy rate?
I'm guessing that if you did year round, we might be
78%.
we might be at 78% precisely.
How do you market, this STR?
We have a local agent who posts it on, as I understand it, more than one site that offers short-term rentals. One of the benefits of that, by the way, is that they're local, and so we have a team that can respond 24/7 to any issues.
Yeah, well, I'm glad you brought that up. Explain that to me. I was going to ask it like, calling the police department, how does a neighbor advise you that one of your clients turning the radio off too loud? So how does that-
Sure, so we happen to rent spaces from our significant neighbor to the back of our house. We have a parking lot next to us. To the back is a condo development. They know how to find me or our agents because we rent from them. As to the neighbor to the left facing the house, we're happy to give them those numbers, although I think they may have them. And so the resident knows of us, the neighbors know of our service, and we're happy to also alert the neighbors to the left if that's something that you folks would like us to do.
Thanks.
So we'll sometimes, for instance, get a call, I'll be alerted in the middle of the night, hey, there's a leak. We had that once in the interior of the ceiling. And we'll get that from the team that the resident, the renter has said, hey, you have a threat. And they'll contact the team that we have. We'll hear at some point. They can't, particularly if they can't handle it expeditiously themselves.
Thank you. I don't know, as a in general, could you describe the nature of your tenants?
Well,
give me some sense of that, if you can.
Sure. It's hard to do that actually, but
Yeah,
I'd say that one of the longer tenants has been family members of neighbors. So it's common for family members of neighbors to make use of this dwelling so that they don't have to stay at an alternate location. And then we've had we tend to have longer term people. We have someone there now for 6 weeks. So we don't really know who they are, other than that they've been very compliant. People are just, to the extent that it might be interesting for the board, people live in some amount of anxiety over being poorly rated as visitors, right? Because then other Airbnb folks may not rent to them, so they tend to want to toe a line.
Do you have written guidelines or rules or regulations that you give the renters?
We do.
Tiffany Bartholomew for Independence Street. So we post the rules on the Airbnb site and the other third-party sites that our management company reads through and advertises for us. There's a short set of rules there, and then in the property is a 3-ring binder with the extensive list of. We also don't rent under 25. You have to be at least 25 and over. Most of our renters are couples. Occasionally there'll be somebody with a child, but they're usually just adult couples.
Thank you. If I type in your address, B&B, will I get to your website? How would I get to your website?
No, I think you would go to Airbnb.com and then put in like Newburyport. It won't always come up if it's not available. So we had a long-term renter for all of May and all of June. So if you tried to go to Airbnb and look for it right now, it won't show up for you. You'd have to pick dates where it would be available, and then it would populate. That's the case for any.
I understand.
Yeah.
Okay, that's been very helpful. Thank you.
And I'll also add, Mr. Bennett, the second phase of this process for any STRU applicant coming before us is to then go to before licensing. And the licensing phase will require any applicant already successful here to publish contact information in the event of an emergency, where to, how to, who to, so it gets more granular. I think that's how the process is kind of contemplated by our council. So I believe that there's, belt and suspenders to cocoon these applications with access. Which gives me some comment as well. Is there anything further? No. Great. Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Yeah, I didn't have a question for the applicant, but just as a point of note, I noticed in one of the other write-ups that one of the STRUs had received a cease and desist. How was that initiated? Since this has been running for 2 years, similar to a lot of them in the city. Did everyone receive a cease and desist within the last 2 years?
We sent notices to all those folks we had listed that were operating to let them know about the new regulations. In this case, where we actually did this in advance of the council adopted the new regulations to let them know that we're operating out there. That they should pay attention, that they should follow, and then, where the regulations are being adopted, pick up and comply with them, or, pick up on if they could, get permits. And then once the ordinances were adopted, of course, we did sort of a similar outreach to let folks know about those. But at the end of the day, it would still be up to each person or party out there operating to make sure they're in compliance with the ordinances, which includes, in this case, a license for all operators in the city, but a special permit for the investor type will be the board.
So in this instance, was this applicant under the radar, or were we aware that they were running?
I don't have I don't recall off my head with a direct discussion with the zoning administrator on dialogue. I don't know if you have to, I have to check with her and find out any sort of.
Okay, it's not relevant one way or the other, it's just, I was wondering how some received these notifications and maybe some didn't.
I think it's just the pure imperfection of this aspirational process in its very nascent form that was, hey, you can only send letters to those that were known, right?
Right.
And it was by no means, as I saw it, and correct me if I'm wrong, but operators didn't know, so they weren't trying to hide. I think it was just about whether two, polar sides of a process yet to be brought together, were aware of one another. I think the planning department or the zoning, our zoning commissioner had sent out those letters, those notices to all of the known operators, as a sort of an attention.
Obviously involving industry and,
Lots
I guess I was just trying to understand, if you receive a cease and desist, I assume you would stop being an Airbnb?
That's the presumption.
That's the
This
presumption.
type of season, yes, because it's not a permitted use.
It's not a permitted use.
It would have to cease and desist that use.
Well, within the parameters of their due process. Correct. So, there would have been many folks who were bewildered by the debate and curious as to what it meant and how it meant, and I suspect there was plenty of that. Sure.
Right, yeah, and I would definitely note it just for clarity, especially because we have a public here tonight to understand. The zoning administrator or the license commission itself, enforcing either a special permit, zoning ordinance, or in the case of the license commission, the licenses themselves, especially if they find a short-term rental operator is creating a nuisance for the neighborhood, anything. Those are things where it's a fact-finding exercise, right? Looking for specific, is there a trigger in the ordinance that's been violated? Are there instances of events that have taken place that are problematic and trigger any of those types of nuisance concerns? And those are the things that would be reported back to, especially off hours, for instance, we would rely on, say, the police department to verify if anything happened or, log or something. That helps to have those records available. And there are different ways of going about it, but that one I think is notable because we tend to, we're working to really time frame and some of these things, obviously weekend and whatnot. You might rely on, in this case, the sheriff mentioned checking with other departments. The police department does have that. They set up to see if there have been complaints and if there may be issues, any noise disturbance, things like that. Verify.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
No other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Ginta. I have no questions either that haven't already been asked and answered. So, thank you. And, thank you, Dr. Avalo.
Can I ask one more?
Yes, please.
Do you have any other STRUs in Newburyport?
I do
The,
I should probably clarify. That I am the representative to an irrevocable trust that owns a second Airbnb that will be the subject of some discussion in the future, but we're not here for that at this time.
Okay. Oh, I'm sorry. Whose question was that?
Yeah. Okay, thank
So we're
you.
not here for that, but
Okay,
we'll be back. presumably.
my question is just that we have some special conditions that we would attach to an approval. I just want to make sure you're aware of them. One is that you'll maintain a valid short-term rental unit license for the city of Orleans. Two is that any online advertisement for the subject short-term rental unit shall represent the said RTU consistent with the Newburyport zoning ordinance, the special permit and only license issued thereof.
Sounds good.
And three, that this structure should only be used as a 1 or 2 bedroom short-term rental unit because of this, parking on site.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Any further questions? Good. I'll close that portion of the public hearing. We can now go to deliberations. And again, we're deliberating the investor short-term rental unit ordinance and application. And the criteria that the applicant has to show is outlined in our zoning bylaws. It's a 9-point outline. We don't have to go through each, but I'll invite sort of a narrative discussion in deliberations. Mr. Swanton.
Yeah, well, in considering this, I'm not thinking about it from the point of view of, what are my personal needs? It's what does the ordinance say? And what do we have to consider? And I think the ordinance says these things are allowed. Investor-owned units allowed in a residential district. And they kind of cut through it. As long as there's not really major problem. There has been no indication of any major problems with this one. It's been years. And primarily for that reason, I can support this application.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Blunt.
thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think that Mr. Swanton has started the conversation off the right way. For me, I think the parking is an important issue, and it seems like based on the testimony we've heard here tonight, that the parking issue has been presented in a way that would satisfy the requirements of the ordinance. So from that perspective, and the other factors raised by Mr. Swanton, I think I can also support this particular STRU.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah, there's a laundry list of 9 items here that we have to find. I would say 8 of the 9 are quite easily demonstrated. The one that gives the zoning, gives, at least in my view, us some discretion, is that which says that the requested use will not impair the integrity or character of the district or adjoining districts. So I take that as giving me some discretion in making that finding. Here, I find that there is no evidence that that criteria is not met here. There are no complaints. The operation has been operated in a fashion which has not been detrimental to the neighborhood or the neighbors. So all that being said, you've shown some of the STRU permit for this.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, reviewing the 9 tests, I agree with Mr. Bennett. He just cited number 6. I also think number 7 is the one that gives us some leeway. The requested use will not, by its addition to the neighborhood, cause an excess of that particular use that would be detrimental to the character of the said neighborhood. We've had these discussions before that STRUs could be detrimental to a neighborhood. again, I agree with Mr. Bennett, with the neighbors complaining or any reports from the police. I would have to say we have no evidence of that. So I could find, in the affirmative for number 7. Missing. With that said, I can support the application.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Shannon. Mr. Ginta.
I support the application. He's above and beyond on parking. He's leasing parking spots even though he doesn't. He tells us he has a 78% occupancy rate, which is really well. But he also has no complaints. So a lot of people that are involved with this, the city, making sure people are parking in the right spot. He even mentioned that someone must have been, the city must have told him he had to do some minor repairs or renovations. Which means he brought the property up to whatever those codes would be. So, this seems like a good application.
I have to agree, and I think that as we toil with this criteria, we're sort of asked to analyze hypothetically in real time. Is the practice of this use going to be detrimental to the existing neighborhood? And I think there's no better sort of evidence in response to a hypothetical like this than the actual practice in use. Like in situ, we have actual real-time use because every one of these applications are coming before us because they already exist. We have the very rare benefit of being able to simply look back at the operation and record and collect the data that may exist, and certainly we have the means by which to collect it. Complaints by neighbors, reports to police, other issues of others who may use this opportunity, as is, their right to share their experience in the positive or in the negative. We have the opportunity to dispense with the hypothetical and actually treat it as a hybrid real-time analysis because we don't have to guess at whether this will be more detrimental in this kind of toil. We can simply look at so far. It has evidence suggests that it likely will not be unless something significant changes. I think that we're at an advantage to be able to look at these with that kind of with the benefit of that kind of information. So I think, as we work through this, we have a lot to deal with, but this is very favorable that we have a means to know whether there have been police reports. We have a public comment section. And I'm also in support of this because I'm moved by the fact that despite the abutters notice, we've heard from no abutters, and believe me, for all of us that sit up here at this table, it is an acute and sort of righteous part of the process that we hear from neighbors and fellow citizens when things are going well, and they're going not well. So I think that speaks volumes that we don't have any negative comments. So I too support it for those reasons, and I'm grateful to every one of you because we're sort of working our way through this process. This is now the second one that we're working on, so we'll just keep trying to do this better and better as we can. So with that, I also support it. Any further deliberations before we close? All right. With that, I will close that portion of the hearing. And do we have a motion to approve?
Make the motion to approve the special permit for Franklin Street with the special condition listed in the staff report that I just read earlier. I'm going to repeat them.
Yeah. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Do we have a second?
Second.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Motion's made by Mr. Swanton and seconded by Mr. Bennett. Calling the roll, Mr. Swanton.
Yes.
Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yes.
Mr. Chen.
Yes.
And I vote yes, that's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it, motion carries, and the application for the STRU investor unit is approved. Thank you to the applicant. Thank you both for your time. Very good. Moving on to our next application. This is the application of MFG Ventures LLC, the applicant address 14 Norman Avenue. This is a single special permit for nonconformities. The applicant seeks all necessary permits, permissions, and applications to demolish and rebuild a single-family home. May we hear from the applicant?
Of course, good evening. Brady Monaco here, representing MFG Ventures for 14 Norman Ave. Just looking for special permit nonconformities, obviously upward extension as well as frontage. I guess sliding through the presentation, I'm going to try to make this fast and furious to you all and answer questions. I think that's most important. You can see here the proposed new home. I'll get into a little more detail as we go through, but we did go in front of the historical commission because the home was originally a 1947 kit house on Norman Ave. So that house does still sit on concrete footings and steel beams, no foundations. Really, these houses are really in rough shape. Go to the next slide. So as the house sits on the property right now, the house itself does meet all required setbacks. There really are no non-conformities other than the sheer fact that all the lots in that street are 80 feet versus the 90 feet, which is required. Our proposed dwelling will sit within all of the proposed zoning requirements. We will be, the 25 feet in the street, 10 from each side. The lot is more than large enough to handle the expansion of the property. So after all said and done, after the property is built, if you guys do approve, we will be the only one piece that will be still non-conforming, obviously, will be that frontage, which we obviously cannot change. So as we're kind of sliding through the pictures here, I got an area. So you can see the lot is very large. It backs up to the school right here, Bresnahan School. So it's a little over 17,000 square foot lot, so plenty of space there to construct a new single family dwelling. As we kind of chipping through the slides here. Just a quick dimensional controls, meets all dimensional controls as proposed or required by the city, again, other than that required 90 feet right now, which it's at the 80. So, our height, one of the things that we were very mindful of in the design of the property, we did go back and forth with historic at length on this property. Our first proposal was not exactly what they were looking for. So we did redesign the home to really sit within the streetscape. When they did review the property, which I have later on, they did deem it as historical with preservation. They ended up coming back with preservation of the streetscape and trying to preserve the streetscape of the street, not so much as this historic value in the materials or that home in itself. There's really not a whole lot you can do with the existing structure. I guess sliding through to the next. So this is what the existing structure looks like today. They're all really crackerjack box homes. Most of the ones that are left at this side have some sort of addition built on a second story off the back. This one had the breezeway there, or the sunroom there on the right-hand side. But otherwise, they're all 2x4 construction. They're definitely don't come close to any of our building codes today and really can't support, in our opinion, a second floor or modern living. So proposed, again, just kind of our front elevation. You'll see that we're sitting about 23 feet in height, so well under the 35-foot requirement. We again tried to keep the heights down. We tried to go with all vertical lines, no large A-frames in the front of the house. Let's try to keep with that streetscape as well. And the elevation just heading down the left side. So as the lot is a little narrower and quite a bit longer, we tried to build the house more out back. So when you look at the front of the house, it doesn't mask anything else really in the neighborhood. That's not detrimental to that streetscape of the feel of the neighborhood. You try to build a lot of the house out behind it. And then you get to the right elevation. And then you'll see the rear elevation. And then the next just shows the proposed plot plan. And sliding through, I just have a couple. This is the neighbor at 16 Norman Ave, just showing from a height perspective and additions. Obviously, additions have been done to a lot of these homes over the years. So we're not going to, we're quite a bit lower than this home. And the next shows 7 Norman Ave and 3 Murphy, which is right from the corner. Obviously, again, this property at 14 will be quite a bit lower than both of those as well. And this obviously does trigger the tree and sidewalk. We've already spoken with the city regarding this. We will have to bring the sidewalk up to ADA compliance. We are working through with the tree commission, have no problem adhering to any requirements that they may have to remove trees or add trees. And again, mentioning that the historic commission Did put a demo delay originally, but then they released the property conditional demolition based on the proposed plans that you're seeing tonight. I'm short and sweet, that's all I got.
Thank you, Mr. Monaco. We'll close the presentation portion. We'll ask you, don't go far, we might have. We'll now open this up to public comment. Again, the public comment card that is behind me. We'll just ask anyone who wishes to speak to kindly try to keep to the 2-minute limit if you could. Any hands in the room, anyone wish to speak in connection with the application? Pro, con, or just because? Feel free. Seeing no hands, going online. See no hands online either. So one last pass in the room. Seeing none, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We'll close public comment and go questions from the board. Mr. Swan.
One of the things we need to consider is the maxing of the house, how big it is. Currently, it's on the assessment record. 1,752 square feet of living area. How big is the proposed building?
It's roughly 39. The vast majority of the square footage in the expansion we had to get to is because of the roof heights and the recommendation from historic in regards to dormers and keeping no large eaves, and so we had to expand the footprint to try to get some more usable space.
Is that on is that a 2-story house?
Sure. Yep.
You're not counting basement or?
Not that.
Count question.
Thank you. Mr. Delisle.
Yeah, if we could go to the plot plan. So you've got basically the new house, and then that's connected to a new garage. They're connected by that narrow connection. And then the heights of, I only asked that question because when looking at the side views, it's kind of difficult to get the sense that that connection way is only like 8 feet wide. 9 feet wide. So I think that helps with, maybe helps with the massing a little bit. But with regard to the roof heights of the proposed dwelling versus the proposed garage, how does that work? Because from maybe the side view, I think it looks like maybe the garage is like slightly taller than the proposed dwelling.
It's not, it's almost like,
It's the same, I see.
actually sits a little bit lower, about 27, maybe just under 28 feet. Sorry. So it's about the same.
All right, yeah, I don't have any further questions.
Mr. Bennett.
I have no question.
Mr. Shannon.
Is there a living space over the garage? That's how you get in the 3,900. Is the main building itself, next 3,000. It's 39 by 39.
Yeah, there's some non-usable space, quite a bit of non-usable space to find when you get into there, but yeah, over the garage is.
Okay, so that connector, second story connector connects the main house to the master bedroom.
Yep.
Primary bedroom.
There you go.
Same husband, yeah. All right. Thank you. No other questions.
Thank you. Mr. Kidman.
I have
No further questions. I have no questions either. Thank you, Mr. Monaco. So we'll close the questions from the board and go to deliberations. And again, members of the ZBA were deliberating the criteria for a special permit for nonconformities. So I will ask you to kindly deliberate around that criteria. And Mr. Swan can kick things off for us.
Yeah, well, it's a 2-pronged test. Are there any new nonconformities? And there are not. And then, is it substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood than the existing non-conforming use? I'm glad the historic commission had you keep that roof down, because this is a street of smaller houses. And, one of the things we deal with in looking at massing is kind of the mansionization of some of the streets in Newburyport. And the fact that you kept that roof down 1 to 2 stories, but then 2 to make it almost like dormers looking at the streetscape. in my mind, really helps it, why the, although this picture looked huge until I colleague pointed out that the thing in the middle is very skinny. So that was helpful too. So, you know, it couldn't go much bigger in my mind, when it would kind of tilt over into too big a massing for this neighborhood, but I think with what you have, I think I could support this as being not substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna agree with Mr. Swanton. That's it. I don't have anything for.
Yeah, I agree. It's good. I too echo Swan's comments about the streetscape. I think the way this is designed and the height comports nicely with the streetscape, and that's to be commended. Also, the way the point about the building, the design, you know, there's a big part of it over the garage, which is not visible from the street, which is all good. It's a large house, 3,900 feet, but the way it's figured here doesn't overwhelming sense. You're there and looking at yeah. Lot coverage and open space. You all in hand. Good. Everything.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, I have to agree with my colleagues. This picture right here, when I first saw it, scared me because it is massive. I mean, 4,000 square foot house. If you had the garage underneath, you're talking 5,000 square foot building. On that street is huge in comparison. Street, it's very tastefully done. It hides all this massing fairly well. Can only be seen from the sides. And as like my colleague mentioned, I think the roof height is great. It kept it down. You know, you could have almost made this a 3-story house, cut it up to six or 7,000 square feet. So I think it's tastefully done. I think it does fit. I think the scaling and massing is acceptable, and I can support the application.
Thank you, Mr. Chen. Mr. Ginter.
I support the application too. I like the fact that when you look from the street, it does look like a small house amongst other small houses. I'm glad that you didn't go up and you went back. And the fact that there's no neighbors complaining here today means that let's have some approval or buy-in from the neighbors. Cause that is a small, very tight neighborhood and they all know each other. So I feel like we must have that approval, because they're not here. So, those are my questions.
Thank you, Mr. Ginter. I agree with my colleagues. I have nothing further to add. It's all been said. I too can support it. So I'll close the deliberations of our public hearing, and that brings us to a motion to approve.
I'll make the motion to approve the special permit for non-conformity 14 Norman Avenue with the special conditions listed in the staff report, which I probably should read about the sidewalks. The applicant shall replace the existing sidewalk in accordance with specifications provided by the Department of Health. Circumstance deadline for compliance herewith may be submitted to and approved at the sole discretion of the zoning administrator.
All right, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Before I entertain a second, Ms. Monaco, you heard those conditions, are those acceptable? Okay, great. Thank you, Mr. Swanton, for the motion with conditions. We have a second.
I'll second that.
Thank you. And I vote yes, that's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries.
Thank you very much.
Conditions.
Appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, moving to our next application. This is an application 111B. This is the application of Lisa Freeman, 34 Lime Street. And may we hear from the applicant? Oh, and by the way, we have one of our members, Mr. Shannon, will be recusing himself. And in doing so, Mr. Shannon will leave the table. Mr. Ginto will step up as our 5th legal member of the ZBA and voting member. With that, we can hear from the applicant. Good evening.
Hi.
Good evening. My name is Attorney Andrew Lucas. I'm representing the owners of 34 Lime, excuse me, Lime Street. Pam Doherty and Lisa Freeman.
And I'm sorry, Council, your name again?
Andrew LaCourse. I had an office at State Street. I was at 11 Market
Of course.
Square. I've been in town 10 years. Currently, I have private office space in Newburyport and Lowell. My
Very good.
PO box is 507.
No, I know your name. I just want to make
I
sure
just
that this.
Switch things up and in the process of getting new space.
Very good.
I've been there 10 years, lawyer 20. For the ordinance, I know early in one of the early hearings, there was a question about cease and desist letters that was sent. There was one cease and desist letter sent, not 200. There were two different letters. There was one letter sent to my client that said cease and desist. And then there was a much more friendly letter saying other things that sent to everyone else in the city. I wanted to correct that understanding the board had, because that's the fact of the matter. They were sent September 30th, 2022. And 2 days earlier, my clients got a cease and desist letter, which they did appeal. Ultimately, we withdrew the appeal because there wasn't an ordinance in place. There was no, if we lost the appeal at one, there was no real mechanism to enforce it. So we withdrew it to not, put the cart before the horse, let the ordinance. My client owns several properties. She owns 2 properties in Newburyport and she owns a property in New Hampshire. She works out of state. She essentially splits her time between the 2 properties. 2 properties in being 2 are in Newburyport and 1's in New Hampshire. So splits her time. She's a teacher. She's been at the same job for 20 years. Pam Doherty was here. She owns a business in town, a doggy daycare. I know her personally. Pam is the only client, and Lisa is the only client I ever had with my house up in Northampton, New Hampshire. In fact, the matter, they were there yesterday. I would say I trust these people with my dogs. And I would trust it with my child who's 13. I would not trust anyone else. My dogs don't go anywhere. So I interviewed other people and my conclusion is they weren't trustworthy to do that. So I understand stepping away from my clients and people online. I'm used to more real estate. And I'm gonna, as far as the Airbnb goes, they've operated it. I know the city of Newburyport has figured it out and there's an ordinance. Their application complies with that ordinance. The application, it's a 2-bedroom unit. It does not require additional parking. However, in their advertisements, what they do is they request people to bring one. They bring more than 2, they have alternative parking at Ms. Doherty's place of business, which is way up. My client is asking for the special permit to be issued. She meets the criteria. This is only the 3rd application. As the chairman indicated, the last was the 2nd, 2 hearings ago. Correct, the actual order. The fact is my clients, the Airbnb activity has not been a source of complaints. There's been some issues with neighbors that I think haven't liked them since they moved in or since they started the Airbnb. There hasn't been a lot of interaction with them in terms of the Airbnb guests being a problem. There are so many reviews online. A lot of them talk about dogs being brought. There's no restriction on dogs. I know one of the opposition letters, and I'm not going to address oppositions by name. It's not an adversarial proceeding, so I'm not going to do that. Frankly, they have a 4.93 rating, which means almost everyone likes it. It's clean, it's neat. They love this city. This city is a city that's a destination for a lot of people. There are no big hotels. There are nowhere for people to stay. There are some inns, some Airbnbs, and I'm glad there's no big commercial hotel. The Airbnbs and the character, it emphasizes the character of the beautiful neighborhood that they're in. 34 Lion Street is a wonderful place. Narrow Street probably should be a one-way, but that's a conversation for another day. I understand that the permit is discretionary. There are no police department complaints that resulted in any police action whatsoever. There was the letter to cease and desist. My clients appealed it, paid a $500 fee. Even if we won there, there was no enforcement mechanism. We decided why just put on a show for show's sake? That would make no sense whatsoever. And trying to keep some some peace with the neighbors, perhaps. I did submit seven letters in support of my client's application. There's a number of people, I think, here for and against their application. She's applied as an owner investor, and she's at the site more than, I would say, 98% of the other Airbnb owners in Newburyport. She splits her time. There's other reasons for not moving her car registration and her primary residence there, and they have to do it. Her pension and taxes and things that aren't relevant here. Some people don't understand. There's some very negative comments in that regard. You know, my client is some stuff gaming the system. She 100% is not gaming anything. She pays her taxes. She's an investor. She's a teacher. She cares for school children. It is absurd to read some of these negative things about them, about Pam and Lisa. It seems like someone or a few people just didn't get to know them. There's a letter from Layla Wright dated June 10th. I'm not going to read the letters. I'm assuming the board is going to read the letters and go through all the letters for and against stuff. There is a letter from Ron Deastman, undated, the resident of Newburyport, Vanetta Burton and Kate Thomas. There's a letter from them.
Councilman, it's just the package that you had provided the
Yes.
board members. These are the letters that were there. We have a copy now for the record, but these
Yeah.
are, well, these letters aren't on, opened up yet, but they're now part of the record.
Yes, they're not. I didn't submit them ahead of time. My apologies for that.
No, quite all right. I just appreciate you going through. that.
Yes, these are the same letters that I gave courtesy copies to all the voting members and
Very good.
official
Thank you.
copy. And there's another letter from Tony and Bill who live on Lime Street and we're present today. And then the last letter in there is a letter from the mayor of Newburyport supporting the application. And it says what it says. It's very supportive and the applicant is going to run the Airbnb pursuant to the ordinance adopted by the duly elected members of the Board of Selectmen or the City Council. And they will take any guidance the board wants to give. They provide and they say, bring one car. They're not running a dog daycare or anything like that. People bring their dogs. People bring their dogs everywhere. Whether they're service dogs, that's allowed in restaurants. People bring, you go to a restaurant, you go to a Home Depot, you go, everyone has their dogs. This is the most dog-friendly city I think I've been in. You walk down State Street, everyone puts up bowls of water. I've never seen a dirty bowl of water for dogs when it's a nice day out. Maybe when it's raining and it's just rainwater. But it's one of the most dog-friendly cities I've ever been in. And frankly, clean cities. You don't walk around and people are picking up after their dogs and caring for their dogs like they're part of their family. So there's some concerns expressed about that. There's a complaint, I think that's lodged that says someone's dog is sniffing other dogs under the fence. I'm not sure how we stop. There are rabbits all around. I think we see them give it early, spring and summer, late spring and early summer. There's rabbits everywhere. There's animals everywhere. It's a little strange of a complaint. I know there was a submission of 150 plus pages from someone today. There's a 2-page letter. It includes laws about animal, the whole master and a lot about animal stuff. I would suggest that is a red herring to distract from what's really happening. There's been no valid complaints that resulted in police department enforcement or zoning enforcement. Now, I had to send a no trespass letter 2 years ago, or a year and a half ago, to someone's son, because he's on the porch in the ring camera yelling. And it was inappropriate and he's abided by that. Letter, and he has not violated as of yet. The police served it on him without incident and that issue seemed to have resolved itself. But that time it seemed like he was intended to harass my client, which is very concerning. You know, there's some complaints about noise, parties till 4 a.m. Doesn't happen. It's just untrue. There was some complaint about people smoking in the driveway, cigars. They might have been smoking cigars in the driveway because it's a non-smoking unit. And if people smoke on the sidewalk, that's something you can't enforce, but my clients prefer it. And they love the city. They love being on Lime Street. They want to be part of their street and part of this close-knit community, which they're friendly with a lot of people on the street. It seems that there was a real, and I haven't watched or studied the whole back and forth about short-term rentals in the city, but there seems to be some people that are 100% opposed to anywhere at any time. And that's just not in keeping with what the city just passed a law. And my clients here, as owner investor, client, and she would just ask the board very carefully, please read all of the letters in support and please read all the letters in opposition and look at everything carefully. And when you look at that carefully, I'm gonna suggest respectfully that the special permit should be issued and it doesn't, they're gonna be in compliance with the zoning laws. I would suggest respectfully, there's been no negative impact. There was some parking issues complained about and talked about. My clients will provide off-site parking if someone comes with more than one car. We will not represent to the board that they're gonna provide all off-street parking for all Airbnb or short-term rental people. That would be unrealistic and it's not required by the statute. And you know, in the spirit of fully disclosure, they have the park. They ask people to bring. They're not allowing people. And my client can answer to this. I think most of the dogs are small dogs that come in. People aren't bringing huge, kind of higher impact animals. You know, it's not going to affect public health or safety concerns in terms of utilities, fire, safety, police. I sent a request, and I haven't done one recently, back in 22 when this first cease and desist letter came up. And I got a response from the police. There's no real significant police responses whatsoever to the address. There's one with my name on it because when we went, we had the police serve no trespass letter. And then there's a couple other entries with no written narrative. So there are no documented police complaints. I know some people went to the police station and a police officer filled. I think what they said, this is a police matter, so there's no follow-up. Just the fact of that report being in existence, I would suggest respectfully, it was not a complaint to the police that was. The over density, it's not really gonna affect the density. You could have 4 people living there 365 days a year. Right now, I believe it's about 40% rented based on 365 days. So the impact is actually less by using it for a short-term rent. If you had 4 people living there with a cat and a dog, the impact on the neighborhood would be much more. And they're certainly entitled to do long-term rentals without any permission from the city. And it's been managed properly. My client has been described as, Ms. Freeman has been described as untrustworthy in one of the complaints. And I don't even know what to say about that because the people don't know. Untrustworthy, meaning that you moved into our neighborhood and we're NIMBYs and not in our backyard. You didn't consult us, so it's not okay. That's nothing the board should consider and should file that in a circular cabinet. With that being said. And I would suggest respectfully that the application be allowed. As there's no valid legal reason to deny it. And I know it's the third hearing, so. And we have a lot of people who want to speak, so I will finish with that. You know, to allow it.
Very good.
And it seems to fit what the city wants.
Thank you, Council. Thank you for your presentation. If there's nothing further in the presentation, I'll close that portion of the public hearing and we will move to. And again, folks wishing to speak, please know you need to be pro or con, but you're welcome. And we certainly invite you to let us know if you are. But you are welcome to also just simply stand and share your thoughts. We do ask you kindly observe the courtesy. In the interest of allowing everyone to speak, so I will give you as courteously as possible, as gently as possible warning to ask you to kindly sum up. So with that, hands in the audience and yes, sir. Mr. Underwood.
My name is John Michael Underwood. I live at 21 Beck Street and I'm in a butter. And according to the attorney, I guess I'm a NIMBY, but I've always stood for common sense Airbnbs. And one of the things I find kind of interesting that I think one of the board members brought up is it having a negative impact to the neighborhood? And obviously it has by the letters that have been submitted to you all, as well as the police report that was in relation to how Ms. Freeman and Ms. Doherty reacted to getting a cease and desist. And we were the ones that filed asking that the city. So let's talk a little bit about this ordinances. I'm going to read a couple of things that comes directly out of the Code of Ordinances from Newburyport. I'll start with section 9304D. No outstanding violations, and I quote, as a STRU, you shall not be subject to any outstanding building, sanitary, zoning, or fire code, notices of violation, orders of abatement, stop work orders, or any other requirements, laws, or regulations that concern a STRU. So Ms. Freeman was given a zoning violation enforcement order in September 2022. She then filed an appeal in October 2022, and then withdrew that appeal in November. Because the original order was never rescinded under the current zoning ordinances, she does have a notice of violation. As such, I don't believe she should be granted a new permit today until that violation is settled. Also, section 9-304E, compliance in relationship with other laws. Operators shall comply with all applicable federal, state, local laws and regulations. I don't know whether she lives here full time or not. She said something in different sites. And also on her appeal, she said she only lives here for 180 days. I will call your attention to chapter 13 for zoning in the editor's notes. And it says specifically the city. Mass law requires that anyone that operates a vehicle in mass for any reason for 30 days a year register the vehicle here. She does not register her vehicle here. So again, with section 9-304, operators shall comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. She is not doing that. Section 9305A. No operator shall offer a dwelling unit as an STRU without having filed an application for approval with the licensing board and obtaining the licensing board's final approval. Ms. Freeman has continued to operate as a STRU since this ordinance went into effect, even before it. And you can see that with all the reviews that her attorney just also mentioned. And by the way, 15 since February. And I know I'm going over, so I'll just be very, very quick. Offering an ineligible unit as a STRU. Any person who offers a STRU, so this is section 9309, Any person who offers a strew or any booking agent who accepts fees for booking where such a strew is not listed on the short-term rental registry and is not eligible for such a listing shall be subject to a fine of up to $300. Again, I'm going to go back to section 9304. Ms. Freeman has continued to rent her unit as a strew paid for prior to her being issued a new license today. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Anyone else? Matt?
Good evening, Judy Timon, 39 Lime Street. And yes, to answer your question regarding cease and desist letters for short-term rentals, this particular one did have the cease and desist letter that you've heard about because of the numerous complaints brought to the zoning enforcement officer resulted in that cease and desist. So I would call your attention also to the 6 letters that you've received that are in the file, that are in mine included, in opposition to this continued operation of this short-term rental unit. Most of the complaints having to do with very bad behavior on the part of the owners, on the part of guests, and problems with parking. I wanted to also address the letter that you received from the mayor. And I am concerned that the letter might be seen by some as an attempt to influence the outcome of this proceeding. And I don't think that's fair to you as board. I don't think that's fair to the applicant. And I don't think it's fair to the abutters. The mayor is the chief elected official of the city and does appoint and reappoint board members. So I would ask you to basically to disregard that letter and to look at the letters of opposition. And the fact that the ordinance does say that an applicant shall not be approved if it is deemed that it is harmful to the neighborhood and to abutters. And also there are some inaccuracies in the mayor's letter. He states that abutters have objected to any STRU in the city, and that is not true. The abutters, including myself, have objected to this STRU. And again, it's based on documented behavior of guests, of the owner, and parking issues. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Tundman. Anyone else? Yes, hand in the back.
Can I pass out the hard copies that I brought?
Yeah, perfect, sure. What are?
If I submitted all the documents that I submitted online.
Do we have GCO, sorry.
The document vetted with the record.
I believe so, but this is a better order and easier to read.
Okay, no, that's quite right. We just want to make sure it's part of.
Everything in here is, yes.
Yeah, thank you. This is just a hard copy of it.
It's just a hard copy, it's easier to refer to it this way. In the filing, it's all in one line. My name is Katie Schiffel. I live at 21 Beck Street, which abuts 34 Lime. I'm a 24-year resident in the neighborhood. I ask that you deny the application for the street license for Lisa Freeman because per the ordinance, the operator shall comply with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations. Ms. Freeman does not meet that requirement. The first issue is for primary residence. Lisa Freeman, according to Lisa Freeman, is a Newburyport resident. It says so right on her Airbnb host profile. Even her listing for her New Hampshire rental says that she lives in Newburyport. In the petition she filed and registered with a signature with the ZBA on October 20th, 2022, she states, quote, Pam and I live here on the first floor and, quote, When permitting is adopted, Pam and I would have qualified under the expectations of living on site. In other words, a year and a half ago, she claimed to the ZBA that she qualifies as an owner operator because she lives on site at 34 Lime. Now, Lisa Freeman says she's a New Hampshire resident. Her residency status is no longer her private business, and the city can no longer take her word. She is forcing this board to scrutinize the validity of her out-of-state residency. If her public statements that she lives in Newburyport are true, then she's falsely claiming out-of-state residency and she does not qualify for the investor license. If her statement that she lives in New Hampshire is true, then why did she previously file false documentation to this board that she lives on site at 34 Lime? Ms. Freeman is currently in violation of the cease and desist order. I'm not going to go into that because we've already addressed that. I will just point out that there are currently 20 guest reviews on Airbnb posted by guests who stayed at dog days subsequent to the September 22 order. And she had the right to appeal that. She was granted a hearing to do so. She chose to withdraw her appeal, avoid public testimony, and instead simply continue to operate with impunity. I ask that this board now consider the petition signed by every single abutting property without exception, 18 neighbors in all, compiled in preparation for that appeal hearing. I also request this board seriously consider why 18 people will sign their name to a petition to stay the cease and desist against their neighbor. It's because Ms. Freeman has failed to respond to emergencies, failed to take responsibility for complaints leveled against her renters, and has demonstrated a pattern of behavior that shows abject contempt for the neighbor. In the attached police report, you will see just one example, Ms. Freeman's egregious behavior when she and her partner threw a party for the sole purpose of screaming obscenities at the neighbor's farms. I also want to point out that it's brought up often that there are no police reports on this property because in this neighborhood, we don't call the police on each other. That has changed since this became a. I also have serious concerns about the legality of boarding dogs as a primary feature of this Airbnb. This is called Dog Days. Dog Friendly is the unique selling proposition in all the marketing of her rental. Of the 68 reviews on Airbnb, 17 specifically talk about bringing dogs to the property, including Kate, who writes, "We chose this place based solely on how dog friendly it appeared." And I do want to address Ms. Freeman's lawyer's comment that you can't control dogs from sniffing under a fence at other dogs and squirrels and rabbits. That's not the issue. The issue is that there is a new dog in this small space just about every week. And my dog sniffs in her territory another dog, and it causes her extreme anxiety and stress. I believe it's incumbent upon the city to conduct a legal analysis of this issue with counsel and with consultation of the Newburyport Animal Control Officer before awarding any street licenses to properties that market themselves primarily on their dog-friendly feature. It is also demonstrably false that Ms. Freeman provides off-street parking for her renters. The parking situation can best be summed up by Anne, a Dog Days renter who posted in August of 2022, quote, "A parking lot was not included, but we never had a problem finding street parking right across the street from the rental." Also, the parking that is provided, it's 2 spaces in tandem, bumper to bumper. So 1 car wide and 2 cars fit in it. That means that every time a renter has to come and go from that property, from that parking space, they have to coordinate with Ms. Freeman or Ms. Doherty about moving their car. Finally, the city of Newburyport through this entire process has placed the burden squarely on the shoulders of neighbors and citizens to police, track, report, and document any infraction that may preclude an applicant from being awarded a license. Furthermore, this board on advice of counsel has made clear the types of testimony it will and will not consider. I've strived to meet those standards by presenting facts, supporting documentation, and I hope you will consider my request to deny. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Schickel. Anyone else who wishes to speak? Yes, sir.
Thank you. Robert Kauf, 36 Lime Street. We are immediately adjacent to Ms. Freeman's property at 34. I'm also a member of the planning board. And in that role, I've been a member of the planning board since 2021. And in that time, as you all know, there's been a lot of discussion zoning amendments related to short-term rental units. But wanted to read, and you've heard this from others tonight, but I wanted to read one paragraph that has consistently been part of all of those zoning proposals. And it has to do with the city's goals related to short-term rental use. And you've heard this, but to minimize adverse effects on residential properties and neighborhoods that may arise from residential properties being used as STR use. So minimize adverse effects. As part of some of the public meetings, there were letters submitted by other owners of properties that run the short-term rental units. And I was struck at one point by a letter from a resident who lives on Upper Lime Street at 87 Lime Street. His name is Mr. Zabriskie, and just to paraphrase his letter briefly, he says, prior to becoming an Airbnb host, we reached out to our neighbors and notified them of our intentions. We've also encouraged them to contact us immediately if they had any complaints or concerns pursuant to an Airbnb guest as well. And I think what's fundamental here is the difference between that statement, that owner, how he operates his property, and what we have all seen related to the operation of 34 Lime Street. Because there has been no communication, no outreach. We were all told when the property changed hands that the second unit would be used to rent the family member. Didn't want to put out there that this would be a short-term rental. So there was and has been a significant lack of communication and outreach. For my wife and I, we live 15 feet from 34 Lines. The last straw for us is in the context of the cease and desist letters. Ms. Freeman and Ms. Doherty decided to have a loud party shout obscenities at us, at me personally, threatened to have loud parties every night. And to paraphrase the mayor's letter about upstanding citizens, that's not behavior that upstanding citizens really demonstrate. That's not how people behave where I come from. So we were shocked when that happened. So you've heard that there are 18 people who have signed a petition that have expressed concerns about this operation and to the point about this already being operating. And that you know, there's evidence there to help the board make a decision. 18 people are telling you that based upon our experience over the last 3 years, definition of an adverse effect on a neighborhood. And I think you really, you know, the neighborhood has gotten a lot of bad press because we have pushed back on all of this. I think that's really unfair. I think the mayor's comments in his letter are really unfair about the neighbors. You need to listen to the neighbors as well as the property in this situation, and there are significant concerns here. So I hope you listen to all parties, and I hope you can see your way to not approve of this situation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else? Yes.
Hi, my name is Elizabeth Wilkie. I used to live in Newburyport for about 6 months. I would like to personally address some people that are suggesting she had a lot of money. It was my husband, myself, and Pam and Lisa. Yes, we were drinking. We were in their outside yard, and somebody had mentioned, we don't call the cops, neighbors. No one came over and said, hey, you're being loud. Would you please calm down? That's what my neighborhood was like. And as far as the obscenity, yes, there was an obscenity. And I told her, don't do that. But this is not a great excuse, but it is an excuse. There was alcohol involved. And they had already had a cease and desist. So she was upset. But honestly, there wasn't a single one of you neighbors that came over that evening. So I can't say, how would you expect them to know? It was times there. And that's all I'm gonna say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Leela Wright, 55 Reservation Terrace. I'd like to ask that the mayor's letter be read in for the record.
Well, in fairness, if we read that, we have to read all of the letters. We just don't have the time. We have the letters. Do you not, does everyone not have the
I
letter?
don't think everybody has had that, has seen
You're
that
welcome to
letter.
read it. Do you have a copy? Do you have a copy that you can read?
I don't have,
Well, here,
but he has one, I'm happy to read it.
what's that?
I'm happy to read it. Didn't read all of them.
Yeah, I mean,
Well, I'm gonna read mine as well.
yeah, I'm gonna say no, only because we have them. Everyone has part of the public record now, and I'm sorry, but in fairness, it's 9:30 and there's lots of other folks who want to hear from it. And but before I'm just one voice here. I want to poll my colleagues, and I will do whatever the board feels is appropriate to do under this request. Yes.
The letters are in our record. Need to read any letter, and we are well capable of reading those letters and.
Andy, would you like to talk about the enforcement letter? Enforceable? And
No, 2012, you're talking. The zoning administrator, well,
your signatures on it. As well.
The zoning administrator had given a notice of zoning violation, and in essence, this goes back to prior to the council having adopted the ordinance authorizing or specifically addressing short-term rental units. It goes back to boilerplate language in the zoning ordinance that essentially says, if a use is not listed in the zoning ordinance, it is not allowed use. And that was essentially the sort of boilerplate language that was being referenced there, where short-term rental is not a listed use. The council has since adopted, it was a 3-year period roughly, the council had been debating what sort of regulations to have for short-term rental units. And then after that, subsequently late last year, the council adopted the new regulations, both in licensing and zones. Now we see an application under that effective provision.
And effectively, the enforcement letter was unenforceable.
Well, hold on. If I might, just bear with me. I have to intervene in the role of the chair and out of courtesy to everyone. We can't, I can't allow the sort of the cross-examination with courtesy and respect. It's a public comments section, so we want to hear from every member of the public. So if I can ask everyone to just tailor, your comments around the application that's before us. We do have every letter. If we would be here till midnight or beyond, because we read one letter, I think it's in balance. We have to read every single one. And I just don't think we have the time, and we all have the letters and they're all public record. So
Not simply read my letter and.
please, yeah, absolutely. And I'm happy. And I mean, no disrespect. I just have to, we have to kind of run the way we have to run in order to hear.
Understood. I'm writing in support of a special permit application for the permitted use of a short-term rental for Lisa Freeman's 34 Lime Street property. My perspective on this measure may be different than others. As a longtime local realtor and former Newburyport ZBA member, I am a staunch supporter of the personal property rights. The city has spent literally years to come up with an ordinance to address the short-term rental community. It may not be perfect, but I think we can all agree that it is a solid step in the right direction. The application before you is unique. This property is a legal two-family in the R2 district in the South End. However, the resident applicants, and yes, they're resident applicants, are considered investors. In any case, they've met all the criteria to qualify for the short-term rental unit, which brings them before you tonight. Lisa and Pam purchased this property in December of 2020, as they recognized it as a diamond in the rough, an old house that needed a little love and attention, a place that they could make their home, with a little supplemental income from the second legal unit. Not unlike other owner-occupied multifamily homes, which are becoming less common in our gentrified community. They worked some magic on this old house. And just like so many others in the South End, when it was ready, they moved in their belongings and their four-legged family members in hopes of sharing this beautiful, fun, and loving place. Unfortunately, they and so many others were caught up in the city's conundrum as to how to address the short-term housing. At the time, it was not part of the city's ordinance. In other words, it was unpermitted. It was not specifically designated. This does not qualify it as an illegal use, or an illegal use would have specifically have been listed as part of the ordinance and not permissible. But let's be clear, for years now, the city of Newburyport itself has profited greatly from the direct revenue they have received as a result of short-term rentals. And as a byproduct of many visitors, our small businesses and restaurants have also benefited. If the STRUs had been an actual illegal use, that would make the city complicit in illegal activity as they continue to collect and use the funds derived from this use. If these neighbors, or in this case, I'm going to call them NIMBYs because they certainly are not interested in this being in their backyard, as they seem fit to the criteria, I'll use it. If they had taken the time to get to know Pam and Lisa as the kind and compassionate people they truly are, rather than judge them as lawless or somehow harmful to their way of life, I can assure you they would have benefited from the experience. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Seeing no hands in the room, we'll go online. And we see any hands online? No. All right, one more pass in the room. Anyone wish to be heard before we close public comment? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your comments. We will close the public comment and we'll begin with Mr. Swan.
Well, usually during a public hearing, I'm writing down questions I hear from the audience so that I can then pose them to. There are a lot of questions, but. Well, let me start with one. Where does the applicant live?
My client has two properties in Newburyport, one in New Hampshire. She's a teacher, her contract, correct me if I'm wrong, is 183 days in New Hampshire. She comes back to Massachusetts, probably 80% of the year. She's in both states at once. She registers her car. She registers the car in New Hampshire.
Simple question. What state do you live in?
She lives in New Hampshire.
Thank you.
She can change it at any moment, but she lives there, her car is registered there.
By the way, I have no problem with that.
No, and you can ask her
You don't have to-
directly. Yes, I agree with this. I agree with this, for sure.
I will.
Okay.
Live in New Hampshire.
All right, so the question is, where do you live? The answer is New Hampshire, subject to the coming and going under a teaching contract that has you 180 days.
I
in New
have a
Hampshire.
183-day contract
Okay.
in the public schools.
Okay.
And the application is as a owner, as an investor owner. So.
Could I change my address tomorrow and be an owner occupied unit? Sure. Could we put the house at Pam's name tomorrow and change it as an owner occupied unit? Sure. Pam is there all the time.
You know, and I'm not suggesting that.
So we're really kind of a owner occupied unit, but we're applying for an investor unit because I use New Hampshire's.
I get it.
And I'm retiring.
And nowhere does it say in the ordinance, you can't live in New Hampshire. So I think it's kind of a,
Well, it's kind of been an issue with my neighbors for some reason. I mean, walk around our neighborhood, many people have New Hampshire plates, Michigan plates, Texas plates. And
I hear you.
Is it really a
We
big
have to go
deal?
with what's in the ordinance.
Right.
The ordinance doesn't say you have to live in Newburyport or Massachusetts or even the United States.
Right.
So I just wanted to make it clear, because I'm going down questions
Thank
I've
you.
heard. That as to where you live in New Hampshire. And that's, you live. I noticed in your, online listing, you allow dogs, but I'm not even gonna ask about it, because the ordinance does not say anything about not allowing dogs.
Exactly.
So, I mean, a lot of the questions that came up, I'm not sure what to do with. As far as the parking goes, you have, how many spaces do you have on site? 1, 2, or none, or what do you have?
We have 2 on site.
2 on site, okay, thank you. And according to and you're only looking for a 1 or 2 bedroom rental, so
2 bed.
for up to 2 bedrooms, so 2 parking spaces on site is fine. So that's, one of the things that strikes me is that some of your neighbors say they don't know how to get in touch with you. I heard someone else say, why don't they come talk to us? You know, the very first person we had come in here a couple of weeks ago for a short-term rental unit, we wound up saying, wouldn't it be nice if you kind of just gave your number to the neighbors so they knew who to call? Put a little sign there if you'd rather, but is that something you'd be willing to do? Kind of let people know that they can call you? Or who to call, basically?
My client has some concerns, which I completely agree with. I think a placard could be worked out with an alternative number. Because there's been some very aggressive behavior
Oh,
towards.
I understand, but as a way to try to have the neighborhood know who to call, we found a couple of weeks ago on the first one of these applications that was a positive thing. I don't know.
Placard's not gonna be. A point of contact. If you use a management company, it could be changed to that.
Fine, yes.
I believe they started with management company.
Somebody to
and now it's-
somewhere to go, basically.
And currently, there's a long-term rental. The person's been there since October, so there hasn't been any current Airbnb short-term rent activity. What was the terms of the long-term tenant?
She's leaving at the end of June.
And she's been there since October. So it hasn't, this activity hasn't persisted through the last several months. Anyway, sorry.
You know, when we first got into reviewing these things, we didn't know, because they just passed this ordinance. This is a brand new thing. The city council's decided this is okay for the next 3 years to have investor-owned STRUs. So we went and asked for legal opinion on, well, what should we be asking when we approve these things or not approve these things? And we heard that it's important to look at a record of problems. And, you know, we often have neighbors come in and talk to us. And many times we'll pick up from the neighborhood issues, but in this case, we were advised, is looking at a history of problems, to look at police reports, zoning board reports, building inspector reports, and we have dug into those things. The only thing I can find is that letter that you mentioned earlier, that back in 2022, some neighbors went down to the police station and the policeman wrote it up. But as you pointed out, the police didn't follow up with anything. So I guess, are you aware of any complaints that were ever followed up by the police or by the building inspector or by the zoning enforcement or anybody?
From the date we withdrew the appeal.
Yeah.
From clients paid $500 for, we didn't go through with the appeal, not because we didn't want to have a day, because we wanted it. We almost sought an alternative venue, but we decided against that because we were waiting for the city to pass this.
Right.
And the city, you know, went through the process, the public deliberation, and it's here. The fact is, my client has not received any communication since September 28th, 2022, from the building inspector, the fire department, the police department. There's been nothing.
I think that's, it's a learning process for us, so that's something that's a question.
My client said that it's inspected the house for the Airbnb, so I was corrected. That now
We
explain
just
me.
had, our inspection for the, process.
Yeah.
We had to do some construction.
Okay.
So they were there for that, and I,
Yeah.
it's like.
Which it should all be signed.
All right. This is new ground for us. I don't have any other questions at this time. Thank you.
Thank you for your questions. They were thoughtful. We appreciate it. All questions, Frank.
Thank you, Mr. Lau.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just sort of honing in on this, the zoning enforcement action and the appeal of that action that was then withdrawn. So you had the zoning enforcement action. You appealed it, you withdrew the appeal, and then you continue to use the property as an Airbnb. Is that?
There was nothing to appeal, there was nothing in place at that time. We were the only ones sent the cease and desist, nobody else was sent.
Well, okay, but there was a whole, in the letter from Jennifer Blanchett.
Yeah.
There were a number of grounds as to why that was sent, right? So I'm just trying to understand, if you don't appeal it, it's still there, so. I'm just trying to understand what was going on. It seems like there's an awful lot of history here that is being downloaded to us. And we're trying to fit it into the ordinance, which talks about, you know, the points that Mr. Chagnon went through earlier with respect to the prior hearing, which are, yeah, the harmony. Yeah. The requested use will not impair the integrity character of the district or the adjoining district, nor be detrimental to welfare. The requested use will not, by its addition to the neighborhood, cause excess of that particular use that could be detrimental to the character of said neighborhood. The proposed use is in harmony with the purpose and intent of the ordinance. So we have to kind of work our way through these things as we get to a resolution here. So I'm just trying to understand how the zoning enforcement letter was dealt with, and if it wasn't dealt with, how you continue to operate in the way that you did. I'm just trying to work through that.
Well, there was no legal mechanism for whether we won, when we were successful on our appeal, or lost. Either way it went, there was nothing there was no enforcement mechanism because we couldn't comply with an ordinance that hasn't been passed yet. And it was very,
well, I think
blatant, unequal treatment.
Okay, well,
one letter to one person, one letter to the other 200 people. I don't know why that is. I have some suspicions of why. I'm not gonna press them.
okay. Okay, yeah, so that's it for me for questions for the time being. I'll let you move on to Mr. Bennett.
Bennett. I just want to make sure I understand what you're seeking from us. Are you seeking a permit for 2 bedrooms or 3 bedrooms? 2 bedrooms. So I'm on your website and it's described as a 3 bedroom. So is,
Which one, yeah?
well, you didn't take it off because I'm looking at it right now.
What platforms, what platform?
Called Pet Friendly, 3-bedroom apartment in Newbury.
Is it Airbnb, VRBO?
It's all pet friendly accommodation. Type in-
It's an era. We,
Maybe it's Scrivener's there. Seems like property has 2 bedrooms in each unit. So it's never been 3 bedrooms.
Well,
when you came through with your team to inspect us, they disqualified a single bed in one of the bedrooms. So we took it out and we removed it. So now it is a 2-bedroom. So if that's not fixed on that site, yes, I'll look at that when I get out of school. Right now, I did not. Obviously, I removed it.
um,
And my client, went through the inspection process, obviously wants to, she wants to be compliant.
I understand. I just don't understand what you're seeking improvements for.
It's for the 2 bedrooms, the 1 to 2 bedroom range, not any more than. And my client, on the inspection, is clearly complied with what the inspection is designed to do to make sure it fit the ordinance. And she's gonna operate it as it fits the ordinance. And that can be corrected easily, but a lot of garbage on the internet that's old.
Will you agree to clarify this?
Sure,
on
absolutely.
the Pet Friendly website that it's not a 3-bedroom.
Yes.
So the reason I raise this is because the staff report that we received here indicated that you were seeking 3 bedrooms. Your testimony you were not, but there are 2 bedrooms that will be available. Okay. So, I'll just ask your lawyer a rhetorical question. You're absolutely right. There were any number of STRUs that were operating before this statute was enacted, this ordinance was enacted. It seems that you're the only STRU that received the notice of violation. Is that correct?
It seems that way.
You have no reason to tell me why you, among all of the other STRUs that were operating before, received this?
The complaints are directed at my client, Ms. Doherty and Ms. Freeman, not necessarily the use as an Airbnb.
I understand.
And I have some, within 1 month of the opening, doing the Airbnb, Mr. Cooper approached. Well, no, strike it. He was walking with his wife. My client said, "Good morning." He didn't appear to hear her. She said it a little louder. Maybe he didn't hear me. He come racing across the street. "Who's in your house?" And she said, "I don't know who's in your house." It's no one's business. It's not my client's business who's in her neighbor's house. It is not. And he approached it in an aggressive manner like that. And that's just not okay.
That's really not my question.
Yeah,
I'm not asking
Can I respond to this?
It's not responsive. Would you please let me ask?
Sure,
what-
but could I respond to that?
No, I'll defer to the chair.
This is.
Gentlemen, hold on, please, if you please. I want us to just carefully tread with courtesy toward each other. We want to hear from everyone. I will say, counsel, please, with respect to commentary and response, refrain from any ad hominem references to any other individuals. I think the matter, to your point, I think correctly, is about the use, right? And I think that's a point well taken, but in fairness, sir, I want to try to, and with respect, I want to try to just redirect this line of questioning to Mr. Bennett. And we may have additional questions. So I apologize, but I ask your indulgence. We're just gonna try to move forward, but I hear you loud and clear and I don't want to have that continue. So please.
I just I don't want to beat this.
And I'll answer your question directly. Ask me another question. I'll answer you.
Thank you. So it is your legal opinion that there was no need to defend against this issuance of the notice of violation because
when we won a lawsuit, couldn't go anywhere.
Is that your legal? You didn't need to
It
tell us.
wasn't this time. Yes.
Okay. You have a agent oversee the renting of this area?
So, yes, we had a company when we first opened Airbnb in June of 2021. They went through the first half of the year and then fall next year. Then we took it.
You,
We as in Pandora. So prior to that, we paid a management company. Right. And that is when, of course, the encounter with neighbors happened during that time when they did management. And just for the record, that is the only encounter with the neighbors we've had. There's been no other. Hello, how are you? Welcome to the neighborhood.
at this time, it's their emergency contact out there in the. You can follow up with that.
Emergency contact?
Yeah, under the license requirements.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
You don't have one now.
We don't have one now?
Do you? I'm asking.
Oh,
Do you or do you not?
yes, on the, on all of the platforms that we are listed on, both of our telephone numbers are there. If one of our customers needs something and they can't reach us, they call Airbnb and Airbnb reaches us, but both of them are accessible. We're always available.
Does your partner live in this?
My fiance Pandora lives in, he's lived in Newburyport since 19.
She's.
And as I stated, I'm there 180 days above. Okay, so we are on site. So it's unfortunate we've had the unkindness of our immediate neighbors. There are many nice neighbors.
Thank you for your answer. Need your commentary. How many parking spaces do you have? At the 2?
Also, we have a backyard that we do not allow access to. Support me.
So is it fair to say that typically, because your fiance, she have a vehicle? She parks.
And if there's complaints of the noise in the backyard, it is myself, my partner, and our friends.
I'm just focusing on the park now.
Okay.
So your fiance.
Yes, she does.
Typically. Do you have 2 or 1 car additional?
We only allow one car
You only allow.
because we didn't want to upset the neighbors, so we allow them to park at our company, the Beach Dog Daycare, or we tell them where there's in the park.
Why do you think that 18 of your neighbors object to your business? This is troublesome to be honest.
That's why we have a lawyer.
Oh, no.
Me too.
Well, why don't you? I'd like to hear from you, not from your lawyer.
Yes, as our lawyer was trying to explain to you, my only encounter with the neighbor, Mr. Coop, was when he came over and aggressively pointed his finger in my face and said, I don't know who's at your house. And we've been there 1 month. I mean, happy to be there. We had the company running the Airbnb. I proceeded to say, if you felt uncomfortable, I'm a taxpayer, 2 homes down the south end, you should call the police, but they would probably have laughed at you because these young men that were here for a wedding because their parents lived in town were out smoking cigars on the sidewalk because we allowed smoking. Not against a lot of smoke cigars at 1 a.m. They weren't loud, they were just having cigars. They're 30, they don't go to bed like the rest of us at 9. I mean, Pam and I are in bed most nights at 9, so
we didn't go to bed at 9 when we were 30, so we can't go upstairs and say, hey, everybody upstairs, you gotta be to sleep by 10. So since that happened, then we heard from somebody that Mr. Coop got the neighbors to sign a petition. That petition that is on file is from that time. It's not from yesterday or last week. As I'm gonna say again, I'm trying to focus on the fact that a lot of people online share. We love these. It is our immediate neighbors who have developed this dislike for us, is what I suspect. So who knows what, we're fun, we're having fun, but it's never past 8 o'clock.
I just wanted to get kind of your perspective on this.
Yeah.
It's only fair to ask you
It's a
that.
bit of a bullying situation. It's personal, it has nothing to do with our.
So tell me a little bit about your occupancy right there. We asked the last applicant what the occupancy rate was.
Oh.
How many, what percentage of the time are your rooms booked?
Less than 50 probably right now.
And question, can you characterize or would you tend to describe in a general fashion who's taking rooms in your area?
Well.
Are they young, old?
Well, since we took over after the first year and a half, we are very selective. We no longer accept your children's wedding parties at our house because it upsets the neighbors, because they are 30 and they don't look good, and they are laughing and we're hearing them, but they're not because they're in the house. So, because they're not using our yard, they're not using our sidewalk and, so we're very selective. Families are coming here to see their parents. Sometimes girls' weekends, but then we kind of have to make them feel uncomfortable and say, well, you have to be really quiet if you're gonna stay in our house. So why would I do that? It'll be fun. But in reality, they don't need to be quiet. Last 10 o'clock, they can come home, they can laugh, they can be downtown and come in the house laughing at 10. Stay up a minute if they want.
In general, how long is the if there is a typical?
2 to 3 days.
This is just a technical point. I take it that you have liability insurance. So getting to learn a little bit about this. Your marketing is primarily through Airbnb. Is that how this works?
We use Airbnb here. And I just wanted to say about guests that come, I mean, legally, we can't discriminate, 70, no, we can't 70.
I understand.
So it is a little bit,
I understand. You understand your obligations in that.
but we certainly screen them and ask them before we accept it.
They've changed their
Do you
method
have,
of operating a little bit to adjust to the complaints, and, I think my clients. Sorry.
do you have a set of written rules and regulations that govern your tenant?
Yes,
Are they made available?
they're on the website.
Are they available at the home?
And they will be good to them.
I think that's all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Ginton.
Wow, there's a lot to unpack here. I had a million notes, so. It sounds as if you're looking for 2-bedroom, 4 people, which is what you're like. Sounds like you've had the city in to do an inspection. Recently, it appears you have enough parking. It doesn't appear that having animals in your homes against the law. From what I can tell, you've told us that you have rules that are on the website in the suite itself, if you will. You've told us the sites that you advertise on. Though, was the pet site an additional site? I'm not familiar with all the sites.
He was just giving you the name.
It was just the name of it.
The original management company called days.
Oh, I see.
Because we were probably early on the bringing, allowing dogs.
Yeah.
Now everybody is, but 3
Yeah.
years. We wanted it to be. Not as a council.
Okay, and then you had said you're gonna make sure that whatever listing that you have match what you get. You have commercial insurance. You're 40, you have about a 40% occupancy, which is what you said under 50, I get. What is your rating? Okay.
We have 68 reviews from when we took it over.
Yeah,
The prior to that, the company gets the reviews because it's in their name.
yeah.
So you don't carry that to your, so we only have our reviews, but there's 68 of that.
All right. And then you live in New Hampshire for work reasons, but Pam lives full-time, not in New Hampshire. Always in some point of contact in the building at all.
Week vacation.
No.
But yes, she's there.
Yeah, I guess if there was a problem, it would presumably be the person on site.
And if we're on vacation, we have somebody who stays.
So there'll be somebody in
Somebody's-
the suite. So I'm a little confused on why you're here for investor versus owner occupant. That, I guess that really is my biggest sort of unknown question. Well,
May I answer?
yeah,
I think she's complying with the spirit in her contract in New Hampshire. And because she frankly doesn't need to be here. But she lives out of state and technically,
well,
she don't.
who's the owner of this home? And
That's the legal reason we did it. Pam owns a very successful business. You were advised to do that.
I understand. Okay. Do we have any police reports, other than the one that's been mentioned here?
The one that has been mentioned and it is on the line and part of the package mentioned earlier during public comment, that is there, but my knowledge, the zoning administrator was not able to verify the police department any other records.
What's the date of that?
2022, I think was the, yeah, we'll say, I think the 22.
That's the one.
That's the one that. The public. Okay.
And I believe that report with the claims went to the police department. It wasn't, they needed police come over here now. We need the police. We have an emergency. They went and made a complaint like any citizen should do if they feel it.
But it
They went to the
doesn't,
station.
it doesn't appear like the complaint was about the occupancy of.
Yeah, to your point, I guess, Mr. Dede, I think the report is November 6, 2022. The officers reporting a couple of different things were happening, one of which was sort of a noise complaint, but to your point, it wasn't necessarily specifically to SJRU. It does mention, it says, no individual understood that the issues surrounding the Airbnb are part, well, for the planning department and zoning board to handle. There's a mention of that in there, but it wasn't, clear if everything was within the scope of the SRU versus, as we mentioned here, I know it's just the residents that, live there versus the occupants that are staying there. That would sort of.
Yeah, I didn't read that. So let's talk about this unresolved zoning action, just so from my understanding. The zoning action wasn't to cease and desist order, but only went to one short-term rental.
Oh, sorry, you mean of the ones that are in the city?
Yeah, so there was one presented in the city, but they just ignored it.
Sorry, just to be clear, and you can't jump in after this. So I believe that there were actually two that were given notices around that time. Where specific complaints had come in. So again, we had sent general notices to everybody about, both before the council is adopting something to say, you really should be paying attention to make sure you do comply every day with the ordinances. And then when we have the ordinances adopted, the last time to say, look at these ordinances, you need to be compliant with them and, stuff, dates and so forth. And to the question raised about why this one versus others, Typically, the zoning enforcement process starts with the complaint being received, something being verified as being, inconsistent with zoning or a permit, and then the enforcement action is taken, as opposed to saying there's a whole listing out there or staff out there, we push something on every property to find, visions. So here it's initiated with a zoning complaint that's received, and then that was taken from there to, is there something that's that's evidenced by the memorandum of the zoning administrator?
So basically, the resolution is tonight.
It's
when it
yes,
was
it
presented.
essentially stayed pending your, this, the council. Effectively, we were to treat short-term rental units, then you're deciding to do this particular application. There's obviously a discussion that could have been had, go backwards. Should there not have been any ordinance here adopted by the council, what would be the implementation or effect of the old ordinance and its language about not having use of listed and so forth? But here, effectively, this is a matter before you under the ordinance, and you're applying, provisions of that ordinance and deciding whether this short-term rental unit proceed.
So I think I've got it all down. I mean, that, again, the other troubling item is that we do have a neighborhood happy with what's going on in the neighborhood. We're going right down the rules here, and I'm not hearing a lot of complaints about the people actually making use of the Airbnb. So that's the sticky spot. So I have no more.
Mr. Chairman, may I ask a question through to Mr. Ford? What was the other address that received the cease and desist letter?
Actually, I'm sorry, I do not recall the top of my head.
Was it on Beck Street?
I don't recall, but I can check with. Trying to find here, I can check with this, sure. I believe there's one other.
I think it was on Beck Street.
That's
Intersects with Lime,
right.
which would be right across from 36 Lime Street.
And then 21.
Literally, you could cross my glasses from there. With the good.
I agree with Mr. Ginta. There's a lot to unpack. And so, as we go through this is sort of for the benefit of, respectfully, you as applicants, and also every one of the members of the audience and all of those that might not be here. And we as fellow shoulder to shoulder residents of the community who happen to be unfortunate enough to be sitting on this side of these tables, but nonetheless, as we sort of toil through this, we are beholden to the criteria that the council has set up in this ordinance. And it is, as is the work of this board, like other boards like planning and perhaps other land use boards and the licensing commission, we are far more rigorously beholden to the stricture and structure of the ordinance. So we are almost duty bound to be a bit robotic in our analysis, though we are not robots, right? So we're human beings. We try to understand the context, the big picture, and listening is a big part of that. As I listened, I wrote a lot of notes as well. Many of my questions had already been asked and answered. I'm going to ask a few others, but I kind of set it against the context that even though this is our fourth application on STRUs, that we are merely one and the initial step in a two-step process for an investor-owned STRU. There are lots of criteria that fall under the purview of the licensing commission. Should any applicant be successful, they then go to our licensing commission, where more of a granular analysis on compliance, accessibility, notice, how do folks get in touch with, and also they are sort of the enforcement arm and have the police power, as it were, in enforcing compliance with any operator that's granted a license, assuming they're first granted a special permit from us. And departures and grievances and breaches of that structure is within the purview of the licensing commission to say, you shall not pass any further. They can enforce, they can revoke, and they can choose not to renew. Though this is also a very limited timeline, 3 years from us. But before licensing, it's every year. Is that correct? Correct. So I say this out loud so that we all hear it out loud, and I say it for the benefit of us, as well as me and you and the collective, all of us. This is a two-step process, whatever happens here before this board, it's not the end of this analysis, but merely the beginning, if you're successful. So as I go through some of these questions, they're gonna bleed a bit into what is ultimately gonna be the purview of the licensing commission in a subsequent hearing, should there be one. But I'm gonna ask them anyway, because I want to try to understand context. You had said that there were that you had 60 some odd reviews, and I believe it looked like we have a printout. I think it just might be, I don't know why, but it might be, it looks like an Airbnb platform review. It has 113, but it rates you at 4.95 with 113 reviews. I know that's platform specific, but are these the reviews from your ownership as well, or are they some inherited from prior operations?
You don't inherit it. Once the other person's managing your property, they're receiving your reviews.
Okay, that's that's good.
Sean worked hard. Airbnb did a great job.
Let's see.
And Mr. Chairman, I found there are 68 reviews with a 4.93 review. It's Airbnb, and I only have one copy. I'm happy to give it to you.
That's for me, actually, sure. I'll
Yeah.
listen.
That's 60 reviews. It was just printed the other day, just a few days ago.
Great. Is anybody else wants to take a peek? So, as you operate the Airbnb, you are only asking for, only applying for 2 bedrooms, correct?
Correct.
Right, so that means that your pre-existing non-conforming use permits you to grandfather the parking that you currently have with no requirement for additional parking. You have parking on site, but it's not part of your STRU, right? It's just private parking for your fiance and you, and it's relegated to the back of the property. So is the rest of the parking, would that just be on street parking?
We allow 1 car on street.
Okay, is that part of the listing?
Yes, we write it in the state.
Okay, and do you have, I think I heard you say that you have a set of house rules
Yes.
and you publish those on the platforms that you rent through, and you also provide a hard copy on site. And you had mentioned, and I looked at this as well, so I think this is correct. Is Pam also a co-host with you on these platforms? So her number is also listed as well. So if someone has a question, a guest has a question, they can simply go to the platform and they can message you on the platform, or they can choose to go off platform and text you directly or call you directly. Of
We usually try to keep it on the platform.
course, but they can see your number if they needed to,
They
in an
can call us.
emergency, let's say they just wanted to belt and suspenders, hit the platform and also text a host directly, they could do that. That's gonna be one of the requirements before the licensing commission, among other things, is accessibility, and that's a public accessibility, piece as well. And that's part of the spirit of this ordinance. So my question is, have you ever been contacted by any guests directly via your cell phone, or has it all been on platform? Like any questions, concerns, how do I operate
Yes,
this?
I think it's a little bit of both. I think they'll message us, and then sometimes they call or text us.
Does your co-host usually, are they sort of first responder?
She's the first responder.
Yeah,
I,
'cause she's on.
public school, well, no, she just has a little bit more availability than I do.
Okay.
And we also don't take instant bookings, which means no one can just book without us screening them first, so.
Okay.
24 hours notice.
That was one of my questions. Do you require a positive review of guests before they can?
No, Pamela does it. Pamela does.
So she does the vetting and screening.
Yes,
But if you don't instant book, everyone has to first make an inquiry.
Yes, of course. And then we asked all the questions. What kind of dog, how many people?
Right. How many bedrooms? I know that you're applying for two, but are there 3 bedrooms?
We had a single bed in a bedroom that didn't qualify as a bedroom from your company that came in and did inspection.
Our company?
Well, you have like a firefighter.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Inspection.
Forgive me, I didn't mean to sound.
Your license process.
I was curious, I'm like, do we have a company?
Yes.
Operation in
We have a
Newbury.
It's in the company. No, and forgive me, that is, as I hear it myself say it isn't two, so I'm sorry. But, so the building department did come in and they inspected, they gave you comments,
They came back yesterday. I don't know if he signed off, but he'll sign off in the morning.
were there any curative recommendations that they made? With
Yeah.
respect to,
Yeah, we had to do some big jobs.
like,
Put in a big window for the big firefighter to get in and out.
okay.
It's an escape. route.
Second egress. And anything else? That's a big job.
We had to do the maps for the escape route.
Got it.
Take the bed out, the single bed.
Okay.
A lot of kids like to stay there, but they'll sleep on the couch.
You
Look,
have, fire suppression equipment on site,
It's always noise monitoring.
and all that's mapped in the house.
Yeah, we also have cameras where we can audio and
You have camera,
video.
so you must disclose that on the.
Yeah, they're outside of our home everywhere. But yeah, we have,
And noise monitors too?
what's up?
Did you mention noise? You said you had
We have
decibel monitor.
inside that.
Okay. Also, it's going to be a very granular subject for any licensing commission review. And I suspect they're gonna be looking very carefully at all of the STRUs to the extent we permit investor STRUs, they will then create a rigor for compliance on an annual basis, which sounds like you're already aware of. And you had mentioned you have insurance with a commercial renter rider in place. Okay, I asked these questions because they sound robotic, because as I started, I mentioned how the rigor of what we have to, go through in this review is limited in scope, but enumerated in subject matter. So for better or for worse, this board has very limited purview and authority to review the criteria at this stage, knowing full well that the licensing commission is going to get into the deep grass, or the tall grass, the deep weeds on issues like access, compliance, violations, redress of violations, and such. So I guess from my standpoint, I've gone through the questions I had on each of our 9 criteria points, just so that I was clear. If my colleagues have asked any other questions I originally had, is there any, I don't have anything else. And forgive the meandering, I'm just trying to sift through. I mean, I've got lots of notes, but I'm trying not to repeat what's already been asked. Is there any other question?
Follow-up question. I think that I'll put it out there and then they can answer, and then I think I might need an answer from Andy. With regard to the park, when we've done this with the STRUs in the past, they've been single unit, right? And we've analyzed the parking, the pre-existing non-conforming parking in that context. But here we have 2 units, right? We've got a residential unit and an STRU. And we've got 2 parking spaces. Right. Pre-existing. Yeah, correct. So how do we know how to analyze those with respect to the STRU? Like, how are those apportioned?
Well, with
The pre-existing non-conforming parking, does one parking space go to one unit and one to the other? Or did 2 go to one unit?
Well, effectively, you are looking at what is the trigger of any, I guess what I'm looking at is you're looking at only the additional trigger for parking for the STRU.
Well, wait, no, don't we have to look at both though? Doesn't it say, the ordinance says that you have to meet the requirement for the residential use, plus you need one more for the STRU, except if it's a 1 or 2 unit STRU.
Correct. However, don't forget, there's that strong emphasis, parentheses was put in the council order that it indicates that with the exception of any pre-existing non-conformance parking.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm getting at. How do how do we analyze that with respect to this situation where we have
If you're
two spaces?
adding 2 bedrooms, there's not a trigger for an additional parking space for the.
No, you're not hearing, you're missing what I'm saying. How do we analyze the apportionment of the existing spaces as between the two spaces that exist as non-conforming, pre-existing spaces, right? Because if you were making a 2-unit new building, you would need to have 4 parking spaces in total, correct? Okay. So is there some apportionment as between the units or the existing spaces? Or are they just amorphous that float between, and anyone can say, I use it for here or there, whatever. How do we analyze how those spaces apply to the STRU versus the residential unit?
I don't know that you're able to attribute it necessarily in every instance of what is the parking being tied to here. The bottom line is you are only evaluating whether or not there is above 2 bedrooms being proposed, and if so, discussing whether or not an additional parking space needs to be added to that property or with that property. This one right here is a 2-bedroom.
Correct.
So that this ordinance here makes it explicit that there is no parking requirement for any STRU here, meaning you're not essentially looking at the pre-existing parking conditions of the property, period.
They don't need any parking for.
Wait, no, the ordinance says that you need to meet the R2 +1 if you have, the STRU use, but you don't have to have the +1 if it's 1 or 2 units. If you had a 3-unit, you would need to have the extra parking, correct?
Right, I'm just
So
gonna
you'd have to- Yeah, if you bring your, your parking language up, I think that's where it just, it is confusing, and we had this confusion in the last hearing.
The part that I think it's worth including recognition of any pre-existing non-conformity we're saying. So essentially, you are not, as a board, looking at the way this ordinance is structured, this provision structure, you're not necessarily given the ability to look at the pre-existing non-conformance of the underlying, the other uses that are listed in zoning, like residential uses and so forth. You're only looking at whether the proposed STRU here is beyond 2 bedrooms, where it's stripping the threshold or needs additional parking.
Well, what about the line above? That's what I'm having trouble with. The minimum parking required for principal residential use.
Yeah.
Right? +1 additional space for the STRU use, okay? That would be under these. And then if you say, except that the renting of one shall not require the additional space, you still need 2, right? For the residential use. Because that's what's required.
That's the default under zoning, like irrespective of,
Yeah.
you are only looking at the STRU, so any underlying uses or other uses there. You don't have to essentially wrestle with those, and you're not making a determination or assigning those.
So we don't have to reach that now.
Basically, you don't need to.
Correct. And while you may as a board feel that that's something you'd like to do, I think in appropriate context, the ordinance here has explicitly codified that. You are not looking backward in time to the other uses that are there, or, the residential uses, you're only looking at this singular.
Okay, so in this context,
Yeah,
you have the 2 units, which we haven't addressed this before in prior hearings. You have the 2 units, and they have a number of parking spaces, so there's no allocation of 1 space to 1 unit.
you might say it's sufficient in parking today because we've got 2 where you might have 4, right, to your point, right? But you're not necessarily in a position to evaluate that and take that into account, mainly because the council's already codified that you're not looking at that unless it trips the threshold above 2 bedrooms where you're. Okay, yeah.
So there's no parking, so there's no additional parking.
Under any,
Right. Two main things before you're looking at parking, I guess, are, the non-conformity, any non-conformity, you're not evaluating, looking at that, that's just.
yeah, I understood that last time.
And then is it above 2 bedrooms? If it's 1 or 2 bedrooms, you're again not looking at parking.
You never need parking.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I realize from a neighborhood contextual perspective, might be, of course, look at that parking situation here, there's been a predetermination by the council that there are certain parameters that are reasonable here. And then narrow that, so what parking provisions the.
Yeah. guess if that's the way that it's being construed, then. It's being construed.
That's how we began construing it in the first couple of applications. In practice, it's what we.
Well, yes, no, I understand that, but here we're in a little bit of different scenario because we have two units. Yeah, so that's what I just wanted to drill down.
Yeah, and essentially the non-conformity as applied to any uses or any residential use of the property, right? So.
Yeah, okay. So you guys dodged any further questions on that issue?
Glad we didn't answer questions to midnight.
All right, was there any further questions, Mr. Weil, anything further question wise? Steve, anything further?
No.
Any other questions? We close. All right, thank you.
My client one.
I'd like to say
one.
one.
Sure.
I just would like the board to keep in mind that there's probably 100 Airbnbs in this town of Newburyport. You've only gotten 3 applications, us being the. Last time I was on a meeting, there's only 2 homes in Newburyport that is a 2-family where the person such as Sam and I are on site with the Airbnb on site. The other 98 homes changed their address to primary residency to rent theirs. So nobody's on site. So just keep in mind, we are on site. And we are one of only 2 in the city that are on site.
Which is why my client, the application has an investor. She lives in New Hampshire. She's trying to be as straightforward with the board as possible and compliance with the ordinance 100%.
Appreciate that, that comment.
Yeah.
Thank you for that. If there isn't anything further in questions, I'm going to close the question portion and move into deliberations. And again, I remind the CBA, we are deliberating the special permit criteria that we have before us. It's just pull it back up here. Where? So it's the 9 criteria for an investor STRU. And they are the special permit criteria. Mr. Swanton, why don't you kick us off? And we'll go through that deliberation.
Yeah, well. I actually live in the South End, so I have some sense of the neighborhood. And I'm not commenting upon whether I like STRUs. That's the city council voted to have STRUs, so they have some criteria for us. They're only for the next 3 years, because these are investor-owned STRUs, they're only good for 3 years. The first thing is an allowed use? Yes, they made it an allowed use. Then parking, yes, we kind of just went through that. Yes, this is an acceptable parking situation. Then there's a criteria around, is it gonna affect the city's water or sewer? I think that will be fine. I don't see a big issue there. It's here, the integrity of the neighborhood. Well, that one depends who you ask. Some of the abutters seem to think it impairs the integrity of the neighborhood. I did pick up on the comment that we don't go to the police with everything. I get that. That's the neighborhood I would prefer to live in. Unfortunately, the way the statute works is we have to take formal complaints of actual things, and they're really, I think, in the police records, police actually doing anything to stop something that's impaired the integrity of the neighborhood. I know it may have been somewhat reluctant, I can understand why, but I think it's important if you do make a way for people, if they have an issue, to contact you. I think that would also help diffuse things. Not everything, but I'm not trying to disregard the comments I heard from some of the abutters who were, I mean, some were in favor, but many were against. But we have to go with what the statute says, and we can't just take input from abutters, as we often do on other things, but not on this. This one, we have to take formal complaints that have often been made to the city, which there aren't any. My colleague indicated that in future years, if there are complaints, the licensing board may not renew the license. But that's not for us, that's down the road. What we have to deal with is the ordinance in front of us. And I wish it were smoother and everything, but, and we didn't go over some of the conditions we put on, but you may have heard them in the last hearing about how it has to be 2 bedrooms, you have to maintain the license, and you have to, your advertisements has to reflect that stuff. So those would be part of it. And with all those in there and with an agreement that there's some way neighbors can contact someone who can contact you somehow if there's an issue. I could, not if there's because I think it fits the criteria that we have been given.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Swanton. Mr. Delisle.
Yeah, I agree with Mr. Swanton. I don't think that we have a whole lot of discretion here because you have come through with an application that fits the criteria that we are looking at. I do think that there is probably some, some healing in your neighborhood that needs to be done. Maybe host a party, get to know everyone, hang out a little bit. Try to hit the reset button because the reality is that while we don't have the discretion here, these complaints, if the situation continues, likely resurface at the licensing board level, as I think Chair Champetti was sort of alluding to earlier. So that would be a shame. But I think, as Mr. Swanton stated, we don't have a lot of discretion here in what presented the criteria. So I would also reluctantly support this.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah. It's highly unusual that we are presented with the petition, 18 neighbors. And that certainly captures my attention. But as I listen to the testimony of the neighbors, yeah, Lyle hit the nail on the head here. It strikes me that much of this is personal than related to the matter before the. I think we do have some discretion. I mean, we're bound by the language in the ordinance, but that language is rather broad. So again, focus on well, the use, the requested use impair the integrity or character of the neighborhood. So it's the use, not the bubbles and the smoking of cigars, having a party. It's the use and STRU itself, which in my view. So the testimony was not very strong in that regard. I did not hear any testimony that major issues regarding parking, major complaints regarding the guests, occasional complaint regarding a dog, yes. However, I struggle with those, what I would characterize as isolated, not chronic complaints to deny what seems to be, at least the council determined to be a element in housing. And I know in passing that the occupancy rates here, I'm kind of surprised, and to be honest, I'm not the strong DRUs, but I hear the rates at 70% and 50%. That certainly suggests to me that there is a need for some sort of this type of arrangement in our community. So I balance that in the scale as well here. So all that being said, I believe that the two are met here. I wanted to comment on this legal issue about this notice of violation. the way I read that, it's a notice of violation that has never been enforced. So I don't put much stock in that. And I think you need, if told, I suspect every SDRU should have received the same thing. If the reason was SDRU, that being the use. All that being said, I support this application and I encourage that the applicant neighbor recognize that it's been an imperfect world and times are nudged into one another, but it should be something that we overcome.
Thank you, Mr. Bennett. Mr. Ginton.
Well, it's, you know, it's a tough thing to see such turmoil in a neighborhood. You know, I understand your feelings. We've heard everybody here. It's not often that I've got 2 full pages of notes. There's just a lot of different things going on here, but at the end of the day, the city council passed the law. It has its criteria. If the applicant meets the criteria, as you all witnessed, I went through it all, and they meet the law. And they should be approved in application. This is the first step in their process. I just hope the neighborhood can come together on this. But when it comes to what the city council passed, they most certainly need that.
Thank you, Mr. Ginta. I too have to say, and I say this with great respect and empathy to all those that came out this evening from the neighborhood. I try to empathize and stand in your shoes. I couldn't possibly begin to. I know that that's a long road and those are just words. But I say it as just a human being in the world because we all are. As we sit up here and try to, sort through the mire of this new ordinance, and do so with balance, fairness, and equal protection and credibility. We are, I think, intellectually duty bound to recognize the fact that the 9 criteria that we have is a rigor and sort of an academic criteria that we have to run through like a lens in a prism every single application, and we take each application as we find it. We are not given the privilege or the province to look backwards in time other than to gather objective evidence of a departure from the criteria, such as police reports, something that is objective and tangible. And though there is, and I say this respectfully because there are people in this room who I know personally and have a great deal of respect for, and so it pains me to have to disagree with those whom I know personally and have a great deal of respect for. But if I'm being intellectually genuine, I have to align myself with the rule of law, and this notion of equal protection is that while I respectfully disagree with the mechanism by which one individual in the city operating an STRU among hundreds received a cease and desist letter for some reason, I find that to be a departure with my sense of balance and equal protection. And however that happened, I recognize that it was born of an existing and latent at that time violation of an ordinance that didn't yet exist. Every operating Airbnb short-term rental unit was a commercial use operating outside of the purview of zoning at that time. That has since been changed by our council, which to me seems to nullify the underlying tenant that gave rise to a cease and desist, whether it went to one person or every person. And in this case, it went to 2 people. This applicant being one of them. I'm forced intellectually to have to set that aside, as though I respect and understand how it came into being. I can recognize it, but I can't give it great weight because it is back in time. As we sit before the city and we try to run through this ordinance, I have to look at it, and I think we all have to look at this as being not a crescendo and a culmination, though as though it were a trial, this were the closing arguments and the jury's verdict, but rather a commencement. It's the beginning of something. And then for us, and for this process, it's the first of two steps. And I say to all of my fellow neighbors and residents, who I say with respect and courtesy, who come out this evening to share your experiences with us. As this process evolves, if this application or any application are to be successful here, there is another step in its licensing. And at that step, though we only have the power to grant relief for 3 years and then it expires, it is forever gone from our ordinance. But it exists for 3 years, though before licensing, there is a criteria by which every operator must abide, which is far more granular, with greater purview and greater discretion than we could ever have under the zoning ordinance, to follow rules and regulations and have police powers and recourse in the event of a breach. So I ask all of us to pay attention to that. And I say this to the applicants respectfully as well as any of them, that the next step will be where the rubber meets the road. And the steps that follow, part of that commencement. This is a brand new ordinance and it's a brand new beginning, and your great indulgence in watching us like the grinding wheels of a freight train just move very slowly as we sort through this. Forgive us because it is brand new for us. For me, I think that this applicant meets the criteria. If I'm being intellectually generous with myself and my colleagues and each and every one of you and this applicant, I can't not find, as I would find were it any other applicant, that the applicant meets the criteria. And that doesn't mean that this applicant gets to operate unless and until, with full blessing of the city's zoning, unless and until they receive a license from the licensing commission, which would be next. So I have to support it, though I say this with that context to all those that have shared very, heartfelt and personal experiences. What we're here to do is to try to give fair balance and equal protection as we deal with each of these applications. So for me, I feel compelled to just have to say that, and with that, I also can support the application. So, any further deliberations before we close that portion? No. With that, I'm going to close the deliberation portion of the public hearing, and I will invite a motion to approve. Any condition?
I'll make the motion. Motion to approve the special permit for 34 Lime Street with special conditions listed as follows. Structure going to use as a 1 or 2 bedroom short-term rental unit because of existing non-conforming parking. The applicant can maintain a valid short-term rental unit license for the city ordinance. Any online advertising for the subject short-term rental unit shall represent said short-term rental unit consistent with the Newburyport sign ordinance, the special permit entity license used therefore. And I would add number 4, some mechanism, the email address, the phone number, so that neighbor does have an issue. So those are the 4 conditions.
Good. Motion is made by Mr. Swanton with 4 conditions. We have a second, Mr. Ginta. Motion is made and seconded, calling the roll.
Yes.
Mr. Swanton, yes. Mr. Delisle.
Yes.
Mr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Mr. Ginta.
Yeah.
And I vote yes. That's 5 in the affirmative. The ayes have it. Motion carries. The special permit is approved. Ladies and gentlemen who attended this evening, thank you for your indulgence and patience. I know it's very late, but it means everything that you take the time to participate. So thank you. All right, moving, actually, we have one last application this evening, which is 26 Beacon Avenue. Do we have counsel here for 26 Beacon Avenue?
Yes.
Mr. Shane. Counsel, do you mind if we take a quick moment?
Not at all.
We're going to take a quick recess for, we'll call it a hot spot.
Not at all.
All right, great, thank you. We can go off for this.
Stay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, good evening. And thank you for hearing us. You'll recall that when we were here last week, last meeting, we had submitted an application to, raise and reconstruct a home on the property, at 26 Beacon Avenue. However, in working with one of the neighbors, you'll recall we had agreed to flip the house, whereby we were gonna put the garage on the side facing the neighbors that we were working with, the Comos. However, at the last meeting, we weren't able to get all of the drawings on the elevations and the site plan to reflect the revision. And that was really the project we wanted to present because we felt it was beneficial that we had worked with the neighbors and agreed to that flip. However, towards the end of the meeting, we got into a lot of discussion with the neighbors about the concerns as to whether or not the project as proposed was in keeping with the neighborhood and whether it would have been detrimental to the neighborhood. And I know a number of the board members suggested that they had concerns that perhaps the house was too big and that it would have detrimental impacts on the neighbors. So we continued. We updated our application, and I'll run through the presentation very quickly in a moment if we have time. And we did actually, the plans now reflect the flipping of the house so that the garage would face towards the Comos. And both the site plan and the elevations have now been updated to reflect that. However, based on our discussion in finalizing the elevations, my clients did make some modifications to the home. I think one of the other problems we had at the last meeting are not problems. So an error on my part is that with this proposed change, I think there was some confusion with the sum of the numbers. For instance, we were asked what was the existing home of the existing home, and it was represented that it was 1,100 square feet, and that we were proposing to build. I think Gene, in answering a question, suggested that the proposed house was going to be 5,000 square feet. And that was true. However, that was 5,000 square feet gross size. Whereas most of the other comparisons and discussions we had about the neighboring homes and things was always based on net. So I think in updating our application, we are now reflective of the true and actual numbers and proposal. So I just want to update you on the fact that the new plans that we're going to talk about, the existing home is in fact 1,346 square feet of net living area, because it turns out that the entire attic of that home is finished. So that was 579 feet. So the existing home finished living space is 1,346. The proposed home we have reduced in size to 3,756. That is what we are now proposing. Total new home would be 3,756 based on an existing home of 1,346. What we did too to help in reducing the massing and scaling of the home was to reduce the pitch, roof pitch from a 12-12 to an 11-12. We actually ended up bringing the ridge of the home, the tallest peak, down 1.5 feet. So we did make some efforts to reduce the size, the height, and essentially the massing and scaling of the house. So those are the numbers that we are now talking about. Also, since we last met, I took Mr. Delisle's question regarding the last time I had reviewed the Jordan case and the related Bransford case, because it seemed that that case stood for the fact that somebody wanted to increase the size of a house on a non-conforming lot 6-fold. And it was indicated that the court, this SJC, had actually determined that that was too much, and therefore that was asked of me, aren't we in effect going 4 or 5-fold, and therefore wouldn't that case say that it's too much? Well, that case, the George Lund case, really was about a determination that, just because you build a home on an undersized lot that meets all the dimensional requirements, that it's still determined by the courts that that does in fact result in an increase in the non-conforming nature of the structure. And so you do need a finding. Okay, the SJC actually didn't even address the lower courts and the original zoning board determination that in that case, a 6-fold increase was too much. And the court, in not even going to that question, essentially said that the underlying ZBA and then the underlying lower courts, they made that determination based on the facts and figures associated with that neighborhood and the impacts and whatnot, and they weren't going to touch it. But what they upheld was the fact that if you are building a home, if you are increasing the size of a home on an undersized lot, you are, by the very nature of what you're doing, increasing the non-conforming nature of the structure, and therefore a finding is needed of no significant detrimental impact. So I just want to make it clear that I don't believe that case was saying 5 times is automatic, 5 or 6 times is automatically not acceptable. Rather, it was defining the process and leaving that decision, requiring that decision be made by this board. Now, and I guess based on our new numbers, our 1346 and our 3756 home proposal, we're at about 2.5. So we're far now out of this realm of a 4 or 5 or 6-fold increase in the size of it. We're at about 2.5 times. So with that, I am going to very quickly skim through this presentation just so that it's on the record with the revised numbers and things. And then I'd like to just spend whatever time I have left discussing the determination as to whether or not this house is going to be significantly more detrimental to the neighborhood, and more specifically, talk about what does define the neighborhood and what are the detrimental impacts being claimed within that neighborhood. So if I could, Caitlin, I'll jump through it really quickly. Introductions we've done before. Again, we want to raise the house, build a new house. We need a finding from you that it's not going to be significantly more detrimental. The existing lot, as you know, is pre-existing non-conforming at 8,591 square feet. We need 10,000. Otherwise, we wouldn't even be here. The lot is also pre-existing non-conforming as to lot frontage. We're 4 feet short of the required frontage. So again, because of those non-conformities, we need a finding from you that it's not going to be detrimental. The existing home is pre-existing non-conforming as to some setbacks, but we're eliminating. So the new home, as I've said numerous times, will meet all dimensional requirements, lot coverage, height. It conforms to everything. Next slide, please. The zoning impacts, we're eliminating the non-conformities. The new home will meet all dimensions, and we're not making any proposed changes to the pre-existing non-conforming lot. Next slide, please. There's the house on Beacon. Next slide. This is the existing home. And I guess the next couple of pages, if you want to, that's elevation of the existing home, rear elevation and left side of the existing home. And there's a picture. So that's the home we want to take down. And then the next 2 pictures show our neighbors to the left, which are the Comos. And the next picture shows our neighbors to the right, Mr. Berlin at 24 Beacon. The newly proposed home, here we now have the site plan showing the garage being on the left side of the home, adjacent to the Comos, and the larger portion of the home being adjacent to the Berlin property. Given that that home is very comparable. Next slide. These are now the revised renderings of the home. You can see the garage is on the left, and although it's probably really hard to see in this picture, that roof ridge is actually 1.5 feet lower than it was. The roof pitch is slightly flatter. And we also reduced the overall size of the house down to 3756. The next slide, please, is the rear rendering. The next two should be the sides. Next one is the other side. Then, again, the location picture, and I'm going to show you just a couple of photos that you've seen. What we had done is just started taking some pictures around the facility that's across the street, 2.5 stories. It's that same house. Then this is the view down Oak Street. These are, as you can see, all 2.5-story homes. And then this is directly across Beacon from us. We have a 2-story home directly across, and then that 2.5 slightly over to the left. Next slide, please.
That's Oak Street, yeah.
That's Oak Street.
I'm sorry. So again, this new home eliminates the pre-existing non-conforming setbacks while not creating any new non-conformities. The home will be more functional and sustainable. And it's not going to be, in our opinion, not detrimental to the neighborhood, to the existing structure. The new home meets all dimensional regulations, including setbacks, height, lot coverage, which is beneficial to a neighborhood. The new home size, scale, and massing is generally in keeping with the neighborhood, and we'll discuss what that means in just a moment. And therefore will not be detrimental. It's not outside the realm of the character of many of the homes you see in the area. It's going to be aesthetically more pleasing to most people than the existing home and will result in more value, also increasing property taxes to the city, but it also have a positive impact on abutting properties' values. As values of properties go up in a neighborhood, that increase in value carries over to the existing homes. And then the next slide. Yeah, okay, great. So that said, I just want to put on record essentially our ask with the revised plans. We are not creating a 4 or 5 times bigger home. It's actually only 2.5 times bigger. Our home was bigger than we had originally said, at 1346. And again, we've reduced the size of this home to bring it down to 3,756 square feet. I think the biggest issue that we were left with at the last hearing, in addition to getting all the plans and all the presentation updated, was the question of whether or not this house is in conformance with the character of the neighborhood and what specific, if any, detrimental impacts it will have to the neighborhood. So in addressing those, first of all, there's been a lot of questions. And as you may know, I did submit to the board Thursday of last week a comparison documentation that talked a lot about the surrounding homes in the neighborhood and in the neighborhood in general, so that we could give the board an understanding that, this house isn't so outside of the scope of the neighborhood that it would be detrimental. One of the big questions is, and again, the neighbors, as late as 4:30 today, have submitted a number of documentations and analyses of surrounding homes and have taken the time to poke holes in the analysis that we've presented, sort of in argument that that home does not fit in the neighborhood and it's not consistent with the neighborhood and it would be detrimental. I myself had some time to review some of those, but when they come in at 4:30, it's tough to be able to prepare to address them. So what I'm going to do is just address the information that we had proposed or provided last Thursday. hope the board had some time to review it, and certainly hope the neighbors had time to review it. And in fact, I know they did, because they then submitted counter analysis to that. So, if, can we go to that neighborhood comparison document? Yeah, so when we talk about neighborhood and, does this house fit into the neighborhood? Will this house have detrimental impacts on the neighborhood? I have yet to see a situation or a case where that meant the 3 or 4 houses that directly abut. Rather, it goes out to a scope that is consistent with what we consider the neighborhood. And for our analysis, we took a circle, a circumference, within a quarter mile. And there are a couple of outliers that are a little farther away than that. But the neighbors claim that that isn't the neighborhood, that the neighborhood is really just that intersection of Oak and Beacon. Yet in some of their documents, they speak about the South End neighborhood. And I'm in agreement with them. I think if we want to look at what the character is of this neighborhood, we need to go beyond the 4 or 5 houses surrounding this house. We need to go out into numerous other streets within the south end of Newburyport. That is the neighborhood. That is what, we all need to look at. So my client actually did a lot of this research to just compare what we're doing with some of the homes in the neighborhood that we feel are reflective of what we want to do. I have not provided you information on the various ranches or 1.5-story homes, because my job is to show that we are in general conformance with the neighborhood, and that there are at least a number of other homes that are like ours that are comparison. So I'm going to run through this quickly as well. But it's just to give the board our viewpoint of what the neighborhood is and what other homes in the neighborhood and how they compare to us. So if we could just flip to the next slide, next slide too, please. All right, there's the Oak Street neighborhood picture I showed you. All right, let's start with 24 Beacon, which is our neighbor to the direct right of us, and probably one of the most vocal, if not the most vocal opponent to this project. And he has suggested that our house is too big and it doesn't fit in the neighborhood. Yet when we took a close look at his lot, there's an old saying that people who live in glass houses shouldn't throw rocks. Their lot is actually undersized, 0.20. So they, like us, have a lot of comparable size. It's very close to ours. And yet you'll see that the town, the city has information that their house is clearly 2.5 stories. It is listed in the city as having 3,256 square feet on an undersized lot. And we also look back at some of the recent building permits that were pulled, and it seems that the living area in the half-story that's finished is estimated at 508. It's actually 668 square feet of finished living space. So the actual net living space, which is what we're now comparing, of that house right next door is 3,416 square feet. And I will remind you, our house is at approximately 3,700 square feet. We're talking about a difference of about 300 square feet. Height, they're the same. Size, they're the same. They're on an undersized lot. They happen to put their air conditioning units facing the house that my clients bought. So for them to charge my clients with not having any consideration for the neighborhood and building something that's consistent with the neighborhood, I just question the validity of that argument, when in fact their home is very comparable to what my clients are proposing. And I would suspect at the time that house was was proposed, they needed a finding from this board. And they obviously received it, and the folks that lived in our home.
We didn't build the house. We're gonna just let, I'm gonna let the presentation, we're gonna get to comments and then I'll hear from them, but.
The bottom line is that house was reviewed and approved and allowed to be built on the same size lot that we have. And is very comparable to our home. And in fact, there were additions to the home as early as, or as late as October of 2014, where a good sized dormer was put on over the garage, and that area was finished. So into what I understand is an office and a closet. So, you know, that one could even be bigger, but it clearly is comparable to the massing and scaling that we're suggesting. If I could go to the next, jump through the next couple of slides, they're all with respect to, there is a picture of our neighbor with their 2.5-story home and with the garage that they finished and added additional living space on an undersized lot. The next house that we have is 20 Oak Street, and I'm just gonna point out some quick numbers here. This is also I'm sorry, Karen, we go down to the next one. After the 24 Beacon Ave, the next one should be 20 Oak. There we go, thank you. And I'm just gonna point out in the bottom of these charts is the actual living, actual living area. So this should be compared to our 3,700. Now, here's a house also on an undersized lot in the neighborhood. 2.5 stories, the top story is finished. You can see in the picture that it's got windows and skylights. And that house is just under 3,000 square feet, so it's not all that different, significantly different from what we have. Another thing that's been brought to question is in this thing, we added a line that says distance from the proposed property, from our property to these. What we did is we used MapQuest to just say, okay, I want to go from this house to this house. How far is it? And these are the numbers MapQuest gave us. It's on the next page, next slide. But again, the neighbors have questioned these numbers. They're not correct. They're wrong. Well, they're right according to MapQuest when you ask them what is the distance between these properties. I just wanted to give you a relative distance to show they're in the neighborhood. It's 300 feet away. That's in the neighborhood. The next slide is 19 Oak. Again, undersized lot, 3,000 square feet of living space. Although I suspect that is a 2-story home. Won't suggest otherwise. It's 220. Next slide is shows that it's only 226 from our home. 15 Oak Street, and this was a home owned by a gentleman who was very vocally opposed to what we're proposing. He has suggested that you know, the house is too big. It's going to block his sunshine. It's going to block his pool, derive his pool of sunshine. Well, that house, as listed in the town records, is 3,500 square feet in size. So it's just less than 200 square feet smaller than the house we're proposing to build. It's 2.5 stories. Although it does fit on 0.26 acres. So it's a couple thousand square foot bigger lot than ours. However, in 2008, we can go to the next slide. The folks at 15 Oak Street decided to add a pool house to their adding another 480 square feet, putting their total living area on their property at just about 4,000 square feet. So this is a home that sits adjacent to the backyard of our home. It's 4,000 square feet, 2.5 stories, and yet the claim is our house is out of character with the neighborhood, and it's going to adversely impact this home. And the basis for that argument was, if we go to the next slide, that, and this is a picture of the pool house that was added. I don't have a number for lot coverage on this lot, but given the size of the home, the pool, and the pool house, I would question whether they're not pushing the 25%, if not more. And the next picture, and I hope we can view this. There's the house at 15 Oak Street, where the red marker is. There's the pool. You can see the pool in the middle of the picture, and the pool house to the upper region of the picture. And then to the right of the pool, you can see a massive tree that sits between the pool and that green area. That's where we're proposing to build our house. So to say that the house that's going to be located on the opposite side of that tree is going to suddenly, and you can see the shadow from that tree on the pool. I don't see how our house, the proposed home, is going to have any impact on that pool unless they cut that tree down. So again, 4,000 square feet home adjacent to us, yet the argument is we don't fit the neighborhood and we're going to be adverse to that home. We can go to the next. Again, this is just a close-up of the tree. Oh, there you go. That's a better picture, the one on the right. You can see where the existing home is. You can see the tree, the two trees around the pool, and you can see where our new home would be. And certainly it's not going to have an impact on that pool. And I will remind the board that our house will be the required distance from the backyard setback. So we're not putting that house any closer to that home or that pool than the law allows. We are in conformance with the law. I have to be honest. I wanted to make sure that we at least went through the two abutting properties so that we could, we could understand what the information is and just really how we compare to the two abutters. The Comos, which is shown on the corner there, they are a smaller home, but you'll recall that I sat and met with them, tried to accommodate their concerns about, blocking their backyard or blocking their sun. We did a complete flip of the house so that not only does our house meet the requisite setback from their house, from the lot line, but the only thing that's going to abut that is the garage. And then, some 30, 40 feet farther, then the rest of the house will show up. So we really did make a significant accommodation of the Comos. And given the fact that we meet all the laws, all the requirements, and agreed to flip the house, I think we've done everything we can to accommodate them. However, they have decided now to recant their earlier support and fight us. Which is unfortunate given the fact that my client spent thousands of dollars to try and work with the neighbors. And remember at that time, guys, those were the only neighbors that had anything to say. They were the only neighbors that had any input. So those are the ones that we focused on working with. It wasn't until the last meeting that, suddenly the other neighbors came out. So I'll leave this, I don't want to take up the board's time and the neighbor's time or anyone else's time in going through every home we've provided a comparison to. But I can tell you, every home is within a quarter mile of this house. I clearly feel it's within the neighborhood. And there are literally dozens of homes that are 3,700 square feet or larger that are sitting on small lots or lots that are just barely conforming. We've got one at 4,400 square feet at 7 Beacon. We've got one at 3,000 square feet on Riley. And again, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not going to go through them all, but I'd ask you to look at them. And we've been accused of sort of cherry picking, just the houses in the neighborhood that meet this. And yes, of course, because what I want to show you is there a significant number of homes in the area that are the same size or larger, including the two that abut us. And therefore, we are in character with the neighborhood. I'm not saying we match 100%, but I think we can say we match close to half or 40%. That certainly puts us in a situation where we are in conformance with the neighborhood. You don't have to be, every home doesn't have to be that big, but certainly I can point out some within a very close region that exceed the size of our house. And I will tell you, each one of those that's on an undersized lot received a finding from this board that they would not be significantly detrimental to the neighborhood. I understand there's a house at the end of Beacon, and I'm not sure whether it's in here or not. I mean, it's 11,000 square feet gross.
I'm not sure.
And-
It's a large
yeah.
house, it's at the end.
So there are even homes within the neighborhood that we haven't pointed out to. The last thing I want to touch on is, this whole idea of significantly detrimental. What does that truly mean? It's not a subjective determination, as most of our neighbors have concluded. We don't like it. It's gonna be too big. We're not gonna like it. It's gonna cause our house values to go down. Whereas the market information proves otherwise. I'm asking the board to not look at this in a subjective way that, geez, that's a big house. Well, in Newburyport, it's 3,700 square feet these days. It's certainly not a big house. And we are seeing more and more of these homes being converted to homes much bigger, and they are fitting in neighborhoods, in some ways defining neighborhoods. So, you know, neighborhoods change over time, characters change over time. Would suspect that most of these neighbors who do own the smaller homes, they will find a readily available market for those homes when they're ready to sell. People aren't gonna just move into them, they make them bigger. That's what the world is moving to. So let's talk about what is detrimental. In my understanding of the law, detrimental means that it is violative of a protected interest. Okay, so that house is gonna be detrimental in the neighborhood in that, A, it's gonna bring down my property values. It's gonna block my ability to get in and out. It's gonna create undue traffic impacts. It's gonna, you know, what are the detrimental impacts? The fact that a house is gonna affect the view from the house across the street, that instead of looking across at the smaller home, they're looking at a bigger home. I don't know if that's protected interest. I don't think the bylaw is meant to protect what people think is the best view they want to have. That's just not the way it is. I mean, clearly, you know, planting those trees next to that pool wiped out the view from the back of 26 Beacon, yet no one would have questioned that. They have a right to put a tree on their yard and it can grow as tall as it has. The neighbors have not articulated any specific detrimental impacts to their homes other than it's gonna change my view and block my sunlight. Again, I would ask the board, isn't that the reason why the city has height restrictions and side yard setback restrictions? So they allow people to build only to a certain height so it won't unduly impact people's sunlight or their views. And we are meeting those requirements, not building above the requirement, not building outside of the building envelope. So the city says you can do that. You can go to 35 feet, you can go to within 10 feet, and we've done that. Now, because we're on an undersized lot, the board has to view what will be those impacts to the neighborhood. And are they significantly more detrimental? That's quite a standard, significantly more detrimental. You might argue that if I'm impacting someone's view today, that might be detrimental, their subjective determination. But is it significantly detrimental to the overall neighborhood? Again, we don't look at one home and say, oh, it's detrimental to this home, therefore it's detrimental to the neighborhood. This board has to consider, in my opinion, nearly the entirety of the South End neighborhood to get an understanding of what the character is of that. The neighbors in their own writings, which again, we just received a few hours ago, they mentioned the character of the South End neighborhood. I agree with them. Let's look at the South End and see how many big homes are there and just how out of the ordinary is what we're proposing. I think you'll find if you do the homework It's not that unusual and not out of the question. And again, guys, we're not going from 1,100 square feet to 5,000. We're going from 13. I want to say it wrong. 1346 to 3765. Is that a large increase? Sure it is. Almost 2.5 times. But that end product, 3,700 odd square feet, is no different than the two abutting neighbors. We're claiming we're gonna have, I just, hard for me to reconcile. So I'm gonna leave the rest of that to the board, because I'm sure you're gonna want time to review it, and I'm sure you're gonna want time to review the analysis, counter analysis that's been provided by the neighbors. I know this board is gonna wanna review everything, and no issue with that. One of the neighbors even suggested maybe a site visit. We're not adverse to that too, because in the same way, they'd like you to walk you around and show you all the small houses. I'd love to walk you around and show you all the big houses, including the two that abut us, so that you guys will have relevant context to what we're asking for and what the true impacts will be to the neighborhood. I can assure you, they're not going to be significantly detrimental. And I really challenge anyone to find me information that says putting a large home here will result in a diminution of the value of the abutting property. In this business 30 years, I've never seen that. So, may it have a little impact on one home? If it does, if it did, in fact, overhang it, which none of this home won't do. But other than that, there's not going to be a diminution in value of the neighboring homes when we add this new home. It's just not going to be there. So I'll leave it to the board whether you want to, do a site visit, or if in fact you want to see this hearing continued so you can review all of the information that the neighbors have provided to you. If not, and you're set on making a decision today, which we also support, I ask you to consider the information I've just provided. That we're not going 5 times. We're not building a 5,000 square foot home. We're not starting on 1,100 square feet. We are doing what is typical throughout this city, and a permit which you guys have granted. You walk through this thing, you'll see there are dozens of undersized lots, homes in the 3,000 to 5,000 square foot range. And again, I'll say it one last time, home meets all of the regulations with respect to setbacks, height, lot coverage, every other requirement under your zone. The only reason we're here, because we're short 4 feet of frontage and a little over 1,000 feet of total area. I don't think an extra 1,000 or 1,500 feet of area would lessen or increase the impact that this home would have on the neighborhood. And yet, if we had that 1,500 square feet, we could build a 5,000 square foot home here, as long as it met all the setbacks without any permits. So we were here before you because we're 1,000 square feet short. Really need you to take a look at the neighborhood and what else is in the neighborhood, and the source of some of the opposition that's claiming we're going to ruin the neighborhood. Their homes are just as big and undersized lots, just like we are. So it's okay if I have it. I don't want to see anybody else have it. It's just not right. Happy to answer any questions you might.
You counsel.
And excuse me, I should mention, Gene Allen is here. So if the board does have any questions about the house, the sizes, what we're proposing, Gene's here to answer all those questions.
Very good. Thank you, counsel. We'll close that portion of the public hearing and go to public comment. And you folks have been here all evening, so I suspect you know the rules of the road. So show of hands, who wants to go first? Great. Thank you. Just again, just give your name and address.
Thank you. David Berlin, 24 Beacon Avenue. We are the direct abutters on one side. I just want to make sure there are a few people here who agreed to maybe yield their time to me. Is anybody here who would do that? I just wanna, they're not gonna get up and speak, but I'm speaking on behalf of the neighborhood and on their behalf, so there's a bunch of time here. First, I would like to address some of the comments made by Mr. Duchesne. He mentioned that 20 Oak is on a non-conforming lot. It's a conforming, okay, and we provide the data. You have a big document that we submitted as a point of view from the neighborhood, and there's a table in there that shows you that lots in the neighborhood are conforming and non-conforming. And we believe that, for the most part, when a big house, or in that case, it's not even as big as the house they're suggesting, is on a conforming lot, it sort of like disqualifies as a comparison, because they're talking about building a conforming lot. They mentioned that 26 Beacon has 1,346 square feet. The public record says 1,102. Our analysis sticks to what's in the public record, and I don't know where the math comes from, but we would ask that the board consider what is on the matter of public record in the assessor's record. He also did math and said that our house has 3,416 square feet. The public record shows that is not the case. Public record says 3,256, and that is the case. He mentioned that we built a new finished space over the garage. We did not. We took the existing finished space over the garage. We put a wall down the middle of it because it was the master bedroom closet, and we just split that same finished space into two rooms. One is now the master bedroom closet. The other is our office. So these are a bunch of inaccuracies that we want to make sure that don't influence decisions here. They mentioned that they reduced the size of the house. They did not reduce the size of their planned house. They misspoke at the last hearing and just offered you a new number for the new house. They said that it eliminates non-conformities. I want to mention to you that the non-conformity they're eliminating in the side setbacks is on our side, it's 6 inches. Okay, it's irrelevant to us. They mentioned the different structures on 15 Oak Street where the Typolskis live. That is a conforming lot. He did math, said it's either 25% or more lot coverage. Go there and measure. He conforms. 7R Beacon, he mentioned, has no coverage, has no frontage on Beacon Avenue. It is a driveway that goes to the back to a house that borders public open space, which is the Perkins Park. Okay, that house is irrelevant in terms of the massing effect or the neighborhood or anything, because it just doesn't, it doesn't compare. Okay, and it's on a conforming lot. He argued that they are not larger than anything else in the neighborhood. They are the largest in the neighborhood, and our data shows that. He mentioned that over time, neighborhoods change and just have to get used to it. We actually don't believe that. We believe in preserving the character of our neighborhood, and that's exactly why we're here today. He also mentioned that we talk about the character of the South End as a neighborhood. No, in our analysis, and I insist that you read it, please, we talk about this South End neighborhood. As anybody who's familiar with the South End knows, it's divided into a whole bunch of neighborhoods. We believe that our neighborhood is a much tighter knit group of homes. And in the analysis that we provide, we offer not a few homes around the subject property. We talk about 41 homes that are in the neighborhood, up and down Beacon Avenue, up and down Oak Street, and up and down Pine Street a bit, because there are direct abutters that are certified abutters that are on Pine Street. So I just want to be clear about some of the inaccuracies in his statement. Now I have some prepared remarks of my own. Thank you for allowing me a few minutes of your time to summarize the neighborhood share point of view, which has been uploaded to the docket, and as well as to share some personal thoughts. Some of the neighborhood residents who cannot be here tonight sent their email requests to yield their time to me, so thank you for awarding me that. The shared neighborhood point of view, which is filed in opposition to the permit application, focuses on 5 key points: the proposed dwelling size, scale, and mass, an intimate relationship with the streetscape and lot on which it is to be built is significantly out of line with any logical standard for the neighborhood. To prove that their proposed dwelling is in line with the neighborhood, the petitioners conveniently selected a cleverly filtered list of 22 large dwelling properties, many of which are not in the neighborhood or should be disqualified as comparisons for other reasons. For example, they're on much larger and conforming lots. The presence of such a supersized dwelling on a small lot would be incredibly disruptive to the bucolic stretch of Beacon Avenue that forms the streetscape around the subject property and is therefore detrimental to the neighborhood. 26 Beacon Avenue is one of 5 non-conforming sized lots in a row in permitting the construction of a proposed supersized dwelling with a 2.5-story imposing facade stretching from the lot's left setback to its right setback. Full available frontage would set a zoning precedent that would allow the same the other 4 lots, resulting in a potential mansionization of Beacon Avenue. As evidenced by the fact that the proposed dwelling is a transplant of a nearly identical dwelling built by the petitioners at 41 Wilton Street. We provide the numbers in our document. The petitioners, who are repeat flippers in Newburyport, have taken a shortcut to prioritizing profit over preservation of the neighborhood character. We do not begrudge petitioners their form of income, just bring a design that fits with the character of the neighborhood, and our larger document offers examples where this has already been done and asks that you collaborate with us to arrive at a mutually beneficial outcome. We invite petitioners and the ZBA to come walk the hood with us. The neighborhood opposition document relies primarily on permit application and public data, including the city's assessor records, salemdeeds.com, and other permit applications to irrefutably demonstrate all of these 5 points. For example, to prove the proposed dwelling is in line with the neighborhood, petitioners picked homes that are sprinkled across Newburyport's south end as though the entire south end is one big neighborhood. As I'm sure you know, nobody in Newburyport would agree with that that's the case. We can even demonstrate that the proposed dwelling is out of line with the petitioner's version of the neighborhood, never mind our own. One important basis of our analysis is the size, scale, and massing effect. For the dwelling size, scale, and massing effect to be in line with any selection of properties, we believe that it's important to compare the dwelling size, scale, and mass as it relates to its lot to the other dwellings in the neighborhood, not just some dwellings, all of them. That's how you establish a baseline for the neighborhood. They're saying this is in line with the neighborhood. Whereas we can rely on the architectural plans to approximate the proposed dwelling above ground volume and therefore its size, scale, and mass as it relates to the lot, the immediate streetscape, and the neighborhood, we do not have access to the same data for all the other homes in the neighborhood, many of which were built in the 1700s and 1800s. So we turn to public data for every property in the neighborhood that we do have access to. To mathematically and therefore establish a baseline massing effect of the neighborhood, we focused on 2 ratios that serve as fair proxies for every dwelling's massing on its lot and the streetscape and the neighborhood around it to establish that baseline to say what's in line with the neighborhood. The facade frontage ratio, this looks at the width of the dwelling's primary or foremost facade as percentage of the available street frontage. It serves as a proxy for the extent to which the facade not only dominates the width of the lot, it also looks at the degree to which it imposes over the street and the streetscape. As the proposed dwelling involves a 2.5-story facade stretching 65 feet from the left to the rightmost setback of the lot's non-conforming 86 feet of coverage, its facade frontage ratio is 76%. At this percentage, instead of being in line with the neighborhood, it would rank number 1 out of all 41 properties in our analysis in the neighborhood that are in our analysis, where the average is 45%. The living space lot size ratio looks at the reported square feet of living space as a percentage of the lot size in square feet. This ratio offers a sense of the intimate relationship that the dwelling has to its lot, and the lot to the streetscape and the neighborhood. The dwelling's 3,756 square feet of living space and 8,591 square feet in lot size yield a living space lot size ratio of 44%, ranking it number 2 out of all 41 properties in the neighborhood. That's double the neighborhood average. Metaphorically, the petitioners want to take a dwelling that's designed to fit on a much bigger lot, as nearly the same dwelling does at the 11,326 square foot lot at 41 Wilton Street, and squeeze that into a much smaller lot. The Moulton Street lot is a conforming lot that's 32% bigger than the lot at 26 Beacon Avenue. It's like taking 15 8.5 by 11 pages and stuffing them into an envelope like this. I think we can all agree that this is a way to kind of cheat the system, and it kind of barely fits. Okay, you're better off putting it into something that conforms like this. Okay, so just because you can do it doesn't mean you can. The reason the neighborhood has come out in such overwhelming opposition, and the document that we put online is physically signed by, physically or electronically signed by over 30 neighbors in the neighborhood, is that we realize now, if we support the idea of a massive dwelling coming to our neighborhood and looming so large over the Beacon Avenue streetscape, then we will have stepped on a slippery slope that allows for 20 more of them sandwiched together, forever destroying the amazing character of this South End neighborhood in exactly and precisely the way Mr. Duchesne said would and should happen in our neighborhood. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else wish to speak in connection with the application?
Yeah, Mr. You just have one or two rebuttals to that, to want me to wait until she's done?
Please. Yeah, we'll just, I want to pull through comments first, and then
All right.
we'll certainly entertain any additional questions. Yes.
Yes, hi, I'm sorry we're here so late, first of all. One thing I did want to say at the
I just can't, I'm sorry, your name and the.
Oh, I'm sorry. My name is Ayesha Berlin. I'm
Thank you.
David's wife. I reside at 24 Beacon Avenue. The house that was considered to be comparable. I first of all want to kind of comment to why I personally submitted things so late, because I had all the printouts of everything from the right before the last time we met to now, and was trying to compare them and could hardly find any differences. And I know from doing the calculations of like the length and the depth and the height, that they were very different from what was being stated on the papers. To this point, I still can't make sense of what's actually different, and I wish they would have simplified it for us. That would definitely save us all time. I just want to say, I object here to the proposal due to its massing. First, while the current proposal might be in line with current zoning ordinances with respect to setbacks, its sheer scale is substantially more detrimental than the existing non-conforming use, and therefore intensifies the non-conforming nature of the property. Using the precedent of the case of Bjorklund et al., the proposed construction would be substantially more detrimental to the neighborhood. In the Bjorklund case, the plaintiffs owned a lot size of 0.792 acres, a non-conforming lot. Situated on the property was a one-bedroom, one-story, single-family house and a shed that consisted of 675 square feet of living space. The home was 30 feet long along its frontage, very similar to the one that we're talking about now. The new owners wanted to tear down the current building to construct a new house with 3,600 square feet of living space. The new house would be 68 feet long along its frontage and complied with all dimensional requirements of the zoning bylaws, with the exception of the 1 acre minimum lot area requirement. So very similar to this one. The judge in the case found that the sheer size of the building on a substandard lot, a non-conforming lot, increased the non-conforming nature of the structure. So it was just the sheer scaling that increased the non-conforming nature. And the case before you is very similar in nature, with a massive increase in size. And I had to do my own calculations. Some of them I could take from the plans, but some were so unclear that I had to articulate the actual difference with our house, which, yes, it's a large house. We did not build it, we bought it, but it is stepped back, first of all. And it is also, we have a flat roof in the back. So part of it is not 3 stories, part of it's only 2 stories. And so I did the width comparison. So it's going from 34 feet to 65 feet. I did the height comparison of this is the current house on 26 Beacon, from 15 to 30, well, now 31 feet, although that's 30 mean what the actual height is. And then I did the volume calculation, because I think that's really key here, because we're talking about something that is massive. And so when you do that comparison, you have 4.4 times what is there now. And the way I did that, to be clear to everybody, is I took the height from the records. I took the height of the building times the length of the building times the depth of the building. And I did the same thing for what they're wanting to put there, except I gave them even more credit. They didn't take the height of the garage. I just multiplied the 2 stories times 2. And then you get 4.4 times what is there now. And I also want to mention, compared to our house, when I do that same calculation, comes out to 392 cubic feet, and their house comes out to 53,987 cubic feet. And I think that's really important because it's the scale, it's the massive scale of the house that's not being communicated well. And then the square footage itself is almost 4 times what is there now. So what they're proposing is almost 4 times what's currently there. So hence, I think the current plan, based on the case and based on the information I just provided you, definitely increases the non-conforming nature of the house. Second, in addition to the above, personally, I find that the massing of the building has a substantial negative effect on the direct abutters in the following way. There's a significant reduction in sunlight, a significant reduction in privacy, and I mean emphasize significant, and a significant negative effect on property value to do the above and massing. I provided you guys with some pictures, but our afternoon sunlight will be greatly affected both in our house and on our yard, top and bottom. We have multiple windows facing that side that currently get plentiful sunlight, and that will be almost fully to totally blocked by the mass of the proposed house. This will be due to the height of the building and where it will be situated, because it's now situated further to the front, and it's going to be situated 5 feet to the back, plus it's a depth of 39 feet. This will be due, and this will significantly reduce our sunlight, especially in winter when the sun arcs much lower in the sky, and it will literally, we will not have sunlight because of that. And I also already mentioned the single story in the back, which is why that is much lower, so that is even more adversely affected. Our privacy will also be significantly reduced, with windows from the new house right in line with our windows. The back of their house, so if you look at the plans, the entrance to the back is right, it's 10 feet from our property line. And it's looming over our backyard. Currently, we have a very private backyard, and I think we can all agree that that adds huge, in Newburyport, that adds a huge value to your property value. So we disagree with the decrease in property value argument. And it's something that many people who visit us remark on. There's no doubt in my mind that this is a feature of our house that adds value to our property, because it's not common in Newburyport. We always receive comments on how unusual our property is with respect to its privacy and setting. In the back, our only sunlight in the afternoon comes from the direction of where the house will now stand. So in addition to the direct impact of the loss of sunlight and privacy, including windows that look directly into our windows, we will also experience a loss in property value. Yet cost is imposed on us by the building of the new house in 26 Beacon Avenue, and it will not be internalized by the new owners. In fact, they will make a huge profit. Their plan indicates a desire to maximize personal profit and does not consider impacts on the neighborhood and direct abutters, of which there are 3. And I want to mention that there have been a number of cases in Massachusetts where sunlight and privacy do get taken into account if property value is affected. Specifically, these attributes have been considered in decisions in which the local zoning laws lack specific protection for light, air, and privacy, but in which impairment of those interests appears and flows directly from a marked rise in density, which is exactly what we're experiencing in Newburyport. This principle appears in cases such as Burton versus Board of Appeals of Bourne and Patinella versus the Board of Appeals in Salisbury. And in addition to this, I want to ask you, I'm curious about who the builder is, how the property will be protected from construction, and what plantings are to be expected, because none of that has been discussed on the plans at all. And there's something else I want to say, but I can't remember. But thank you.
Thank you. Okay, anyone else? And by the way, just crossing the midnight threshold, I'm gonna hold everyone to 2 minutes, and that's just the way it's gonna have to be. So kindly choose your words wisely, but it'll be 2 minutes just in the interest of getting through this evening. So I thank you in advance and apologize in advance. Sir.
Yes, I'm Fran Tool and I live at 19 Oak Street. I guess I'm a certified butter. I live across the street. I'd be looking at the house, like go out to my driveway every morning. I have a couple of things. At the opening of this, Mr. Chairman, you mentioned the term the cruel march. I think that's pretty appropriate, given that it's 12 o'clock now, marching on. I think, we've got a little bit of a red herring going here with 24 Beacon. That house was built 20 years ago. A different time, a different neighborhood. That neighborhood has been improved. The house is now 20 years old. I mean, it's approaching, it's an older home. Okay, so its relevance and it's, upgrades and such, I think are irrelevant. In terms of massing effect, I'd like to borrow something from Richard Feynman. I don't know if you know, he was a physicist who showed how the space shuttle blew up by putting an ice cube in a cup. I want you to think about the size of even your laptop computers. They all look pretty small, but if we put Andes in between those two and we push them together, Andes would look much larger. Okay, and so I want to use that as a way of showing the massing effect of this house. Okay, we have a large structure at 24 Beacon. We have a smaller structure at 17. Oh, I'm sorry, should know that number. And if we put a very large structure in between those two, it will look even larger than it is, just because it's in an undersized lot. I think this is a very logical point. Earlier tonight, we sat through, because we were delayed by our opposing lawyer here, another petition for a home which you passed, where Mr. Swanton praised the fact that the frontage of this house was smaller and more in line with the neighborhood. I think that's a key point to bring up here, because this house, and it's, quite frankly, its architectural style is not even in the character of this neighborhood. So if using all of the pictures that were presented by both sides here, you will look and you will not see a single house in that has any look that's similar to what's being presented here. I think that shows that the character is much different. So I'll leave you with those 3 points.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes.
I am Sue Como, and my husband Richard and I live at 17. So during the previous zoning board of appeals meeting on May 15th, my husband and I did indicate that we accepted the building of the proposed very large house at 26 Beacon, so long as the plans were reversed, such that the tall 3-story facade of the wall of windows was not towering over our backyard. And I appreciate Mr. Duchesne's efforts to put that into place. At that point in time, my husband and I were largely unaware of any abundance of opposition in the neighborhood, aside from mostly our own. And we felt as though it was inevitable that such a large house would be built, given the many enormous homes that have been recently built in this general area, but not in this immediate neighborhood, mind you, such that at the top, as well as at the bottom of Beacon Ave and near the corner of Riley and Beacon. Therefore, we felt as though we could fight the impending flood. And I suppose our decision was sort of an act of self-preservation as well as potential damage control. We simply did not have the knowledge and tools to act otherwise at that time. Since then, We have been made aware that there are other avenues to take other than just assuming nothing can be done. Our neighbors have begun to speak up in solidarity against the building of that very large proposed house, and there is now much support of the concerns that my husband and I originally felt were largely our own. We felt, and we still feel, that the house is just way too big for this neighborhood. I do apologize for our originally being somewhat self-absorbed and short-sighted, and thus perhaps unintentionally inconsiderate of the rest of our immediate neighbors, especially of our neighbors at 24 Beacon. I will remind the ZBA that we have since retracted the statement we made on May 15th, and we do not now accept or support the proposed plan, regardless of how the house is placed on the lot. We feel that such a large house would look very out of place in this immediate neighborhood and would be a detriment rather than the implied more pleasing improvement. That said, we still do maintain our original concerns, for example, we would lose the early morning sun that comes in through our rear bedroom window and wakes us gently and pleasantly in the morning. For that matter, 24 Beacon would be deprived of most of their sun. Both of us, as the immediate abutters, as two of the immediate abutters, would lose privacy significantly in our windows and backyards. We are fearful that allowing such a large house to be built would set an unwanted precedent. Imagine, for example, if my husband and I sold our modest-sized home, although we have no intention of moving unless we're, yeah. So, we are fearful that allowing such a large house to be built would set precedent. Imagine if my husband and I sold our modest-sized home on the corner, as well as did the other immediate neighbors with similar-sized homes, and that all of these houses were then replaced by McMansions. That would totally change, actually ruin, the idyllic and picturesque atmosphere of this neighborhood. We invite any board members to come to our home at 17 Oak Street, walk around the backyard, and imagine what it would look like and feel like if there were a 3-story wall of windows towering over our yard just 10 feet from our fence. And for that matter, consider the same scenario invading the privacy and sunlight of the home at 24 Beacon. The house is just too tall, too big, and too inappropriate for this immediate neighborhood's streetscape. And this neighborhood is defined by us, the actual neighbors.
Thank you. Anyone else? Yes, sir.
I'll be extremely brief. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to make an introduction. You talk about neighborhoods being on an abstract. We are a neighborhood. We're here, please hear us.
Thank you, sir. Oh, sir, your name?
Rich Como, 17.
Thank you, sir. Apologize if you said it and I just missed it.
I did.
Hi, I'm Peter Tukolsky. My wife Kirsten Gurley and I both own 15 Oak Street. We're the stewards of that home. It was built in 1700. It was the first home in the neighborhood. It's been archived. That house is there. It's just pasture, goats, cows, nothing more. The third floor on our home was built with the original house in about 1700. It consists of a 20 by 10 room with a 3.5 by 3.5 fireplace that goes right through. You can't get up in there unless you're about 5 feet, which people were back in the day. And they slept up there to keep warm because that was the warmest room because the fireplace brick heated up. You can't put furniture in there. That it's a very small attic. It resembles most of the older homes that have that type of attic space. They either have a large chimney or a small staircase that goes up. Thus, being the steward of that house, I've watched a lot of things go on, and taking care of this house has been a main ordeal for me to keep it in the historic register and everything like that. So that's been a main focus for me. My wife wishes she could be here, but she has to work at 5:30 in the morning at the hospital in the emergency room. So she could not be here. She feels the same way as I do about this too. When we bought the home, people had put on an addition on this home. It's only 2 floors. The ceiling's this big in the second floor. There's no attic over it. There's nothing. There's a little tiny wall space for the ductwork to go in. It's at two floors. Our house is a two-floor house. As far as the pool goes in the backyard, the sun goes to the right side of that maple tree. And that's how we receive our sun. If we felt the sun was so important, we'd cut the tree down, like maybe mentioned. But we don't feel that way. We feel that having wildlife and birds and bees and things that pollinate trees make a big difference in this neighborhood. So we do have tree. We're guilty of having a 100-year-old maple tree in the back. And by the way, we have the largest oak tree in Newburyport in front of my house. They did a circle around it with they made the road less wide, put the sidewalk around it. Preserve the only oak tree on Oak Street, which we are also the stewards of. So putting all that aside, the only other thing is that the pool house that we built, there's no living space, there's no kitchen in it or anything like that. That is for the kids to play foosball in, watch TV. We have 4 children, 3 girls. I feel that putting a house that looks right into my backyard with 3 girls in bathing suits, trying to have all the other girls over and stuff like that is very invasive of our property. I don't feel that the height fits it at all. It peers right into my backyard. I'm not gonna cut the tree down so I can get sun. His house will block the sun in my backyard. It doesn't fit the neighborhood. It's a lot, it's just too much. I would feel better if they would do what we did and put a 2-floor house and live on 2 floors. Most of the people in our neighborhoods live on 2 floors. It's the envelope thing that Mr. Berlin brought up. It's just a massive Disney castle with 10 feet on each side, with no frontage. It looks ridiculous. And I want to thank you for being so late. It's 12 o'clock at night, and I didn't hear an apology from you at all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Yes. Quick, while we're doing this, quick show of hands, who else wishes to speak this evening on this application? Are there any other hands left, this gentleman? Yes, you, sir, and then anyone else, because I want us to try to, I'll ask folks if you could, if it's been said, and I say this respectfully, if it doesn't need to be said again, I'll invite you to be concise, and we'll try to hear from everyone, and we want to, be thorough tonight, but it is late, so thank you all. What's that? Oh, great, okay, sir,
Steve Murray, 25 Beacon Ave.
while you're talking, I'm gonna get some water.
Yeah, by all means, I'll be additive here, although I would like it on record that I'm also upset with Mr. Duchesne for being late. We're here late. So the only additive thing I'll add is 25 Beacon, right around the area that the house is being developed, is one of the last tree-lined areas of the road. It's what drew my wife and I to the house we live in today. And as Mr. Duchesne said, hey, this is the way the world works. We develop new houses, we build new houses, and I agree with that. But it's a 4,400 square foot house. I get the livable space is less, but it does set precedent, and he said it himself, if that enters the neighborhood and houses get to that scale, that mass, I feel like at least the immediate environment, what gives our road, what gives our home character, the aesthetic of the neighborhood is in jeopardy. So I feel like that should go into consideration as well.
Okay, thank you, sir.
My name is Mark Gallagher, 18 Beacon Avenue. I want to go to sleep right now. This has been a patient for me more than anything, watching the board. Seeing how things, seeing who's really. I've been here for 27 years. My wife and I. Little tiny ranch, 957 square feet. I have a neighbor across the street who has Alzheimer's, who grew up in this neighborhood. And the change that has come to our neighborhood, scaring me to death. I get more and more home. People are leaving back.
Dunkin' Donuts come to buy my house, because I have 3/4 of an acre. Little tiny house. I planted about 75 trees. Do horticulture. I joke with my wife that every time the city cuts down a tree, I'm going to plant two. If that was the case, listen to all of you. It's amazing. My wife had to take my van home with another neighbor because they're so tired, they couldn't stay here. My wife loves nature. I love nature. I put a pond behind me. There's egrets that come. I fortunately a woodchuck in my 50 rabbits. But what's happened? There were fox, there were skunks, there was possums, there was even a couple of coyotes, which everybody seems to be so frightened of. And now what there is this massive growth in Newbury. You know, we all know, we all see it. This neighborhood is tight. I watched Dave and Aisha's children. I saw the house before they bought it. It was a small ranch. It was a small cape. Somebody bought it, said they were gonna keep the house. What they did was they went up as far as they could go, and they actually went beyond the plans. But for some reason, the board doesn't seem to have people take the top off, take a look at the plans. It just seems like more and more money is coming into Newbury. My wife and I we lived in a condo across the street. It's funny, for 12 years, and we moved using a wheelbarrow. We bought this little, excuse my language, shitty ranch. It looked like a trailer. But we worked for the next 8 years and we had it renovated. We love this neighborhood more than I do. It is changing so much right now. It's scary. Someone told me to go to 41 Morton Street, and I drove up there and I was astounded at the size of the houses. We know what's happening in Newburyport. You know, we all know the emperor has no clothes. We know I will be pushed out, or I will die. Someone will buy it, and they will brass my house right away, and they're going to build 4 condos or one giant building. We just lost Caroline Chuckaway down the street. Someone bought the house. They took out, I swear, at least 12 huge trees. It seems like this city is letting money buy whatever it wants. I think it's sad. Like I said, I know I'm not supposed to use emotions here, but you guys know the numbers. I love all that stuff. I just have to come visit my house. Come see what nature looks like. Instead of taking a lot and just clearing, everybody's just clearing these lots. I can't, you all know it, you all see it. So I wish my wife could be here, but she's just the dearest, sweetest, loveliest person. And we have minimums. I don't know what's happening in this town, this city. It is just getting bigger, bigger, bigger cars, bigger houses. I think we're using too much resources. I think we're just ignoring what's really in front of us. I understand too. And I won't give up my house until the two of us stop. My wife is 76, 68. Just, you gotta come to my, See what it's like. Nothing like it in Newburyport. It's an awful. So anyway, I have thought all of you staying here for this long. You know, and some of you are older than me, not much older. So, all I know, I've heard a lot of lawyers, heard a lot of very articulate people. And I see now that most neighborhoods in Newburyport want, because they just sold because they had to. I have nothing against you. I want you to have a house. I want you to live in the neighborhood. If you stay in the neighborhood, you don't sell it to you.
She plans on staying
And I want to say one thing.
Planning on having more kids. Planning on growing the family.
What I want to say is, what I didn't like about tonight was, and it was a whole bunch of people here in the neighborhood. Many of them had to leave because they were so tired. I don't know why we accommodated lawyers. But the neighborhood is right on time, stuck with it. I gotta get more involved in this city because, man, needs help. Need something. It needs something. What's gonna happen to all this? Everything is just gonna leave. I'm so thirsty. Thank you for the education. Thank you guys. Good job. I don't know how the hell you do it, to tell you the truth. So, I just hope you listen to the news. I hope you listen to what's happening in Newburyport, because it's really, it's right in front of you. You all know that. You know,
Thank you, sir. I see one hand online and, I'd like to address. It looks like Sarah has a hand up. Sarah, if you can hear us, this is Rob Chinepetti, and, we're going to unmute your mic, ask you to do the same. And we will, just ask you to give your full name and address, then, let us know your thoughts.
Sure, I'll be super quick because I know it's beyond late. I was on this call with a few other neighbors. They've dropped off. They have younger children. They could not stay up this late. I'm Sarah Harrington. I live on 14 Lincoln Street, which is in the neighborhood, as the lawyer would say. And there are many of us on Lincoln Street that are very concerned about the scale and size of this proposed house. We're all against it. I'm going to just echo what everybody else has said. I agree. The scale, the size, it sets a dangerous precedent to keep allowing this type of scale and size of house to be built on such a small lot, because as everyone has said, if you came to that house and looked directly across the street, all of the houses are small ranches and capes. The lawyer absolutely cherry-picked houses. He didn't look directly across the street. It's going to totally change the neighborhood. And that's all I have to say. I agree with everybody else who spoke before me. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sarah. Anyone else online or in the room before I close comment?
In my letter that I put in there was one other small thing that I asked the board to consider, and that is, the water main break right in front of 26 Beacon 2 years ago, and the DPS told us that all they did was patch it. And so I would question whether or not demolition and or construction of this home may have some effect on that infrastructure. We also have a significant drainage problem on Beacon Avenue, which is documented by there only being a 9-inch pipe that goes all the way down Beacon to the river. And I'm concerned that the increased size of this may have a deleterious effect on drainage.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else wish to speak? Once, going twice. Seeing no hands online any longer, I'm going to close public comment. And Attorney DeShane, you wanted to redress, and if I can ask you, I've been very sort of exercised a lot of discretion.
Chairman, I can assure you I'll be less than 2 minutes.
Okay, great. I wanted to ask you to try to be as succinct as you can.
So I guess the only thing there are a number of things I want to say in response to some of the information, especially those suggesting that our data is incorrect. First of all, you cannot always rely on the town records. For instance, in looking at our neighbor next door, they list their house at a size. Yet when we went back through and looked at the additions, the town hadn't updated the records. So there are times, in fact, we found that with our home as well, right? We originally said it was 1,100 square feet and then determined that the city had not reflected in their records that in fact the entire upstairs was finished. So that's why we're now at 1,300 whatever. But, and I do have and the last statement I want to make is that, for the record, the builder and the architect for 41 Molden Street is sitting right here. Can assure you that that was not a conforming lot. That was an undersized lot, and they had to obtain a finding.
26.
Right.
We had to go from ZBA.
But we did have to go in front of the zoning board to be able to build that. In light of the late hour and the fact that I would like an opportunity to address a lot of the statements that were said tonight, I'd ask the board to consider a continuation of this hearing so that you can also consider and we can all consider the plethora of information that was submitted at 4:30 this afternoon. I have had no chance to review it and rebut it, and I don't even know if the board's had a chance to look at it. So I would suggest that a continuance is in order because we do still have more information, but more importantly, if the board is inclined to grant the continuance, my client has authorized me to try and set up a meeting with the neighbors representative to see if we can't sit down and talk about this.
And just one thing.
Oh, no, hold on just a second. Give me a moment. We're a country mile down this road, right? It's 12:30 in the morning. So I'll ask members of the ZBA whether there's any appetite for continuance or whether we press on. I respect everyone here, including ourselves and yourselves and you and your clients. What are our thoughts?
12:30, very late.
Yeah, continuance.
Yeah, I'm not prepared. I think this case, we should never start at 11 o'clock. Right.
Okay. I think that the writing's on the wall. It's fatiguing to say the least, but out of respect for all those that stuck it out this late, I wanted to open this hearing. Do we want to entertain, how much time do you feel you need and how much time do we feel we need?
Well, I mean, I can be ready in 2 weeks, but I also do want to make sure that there's an opportunity to meet with the neighborhood and see if there is a way to resolve the differences and come to an agreement.
Okay. Well, I'm just gonna say that this application's already been before us. In fairness, 1, 2, 3, 4, this will be the 5th time. So we've opened the public hearing. We're not going to go backwards. When we do come back, we're gonna pick up right where we left off. Do a continuance, we would pick up from the board. That means there'll be no further public comment unless there's new material.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I said that I've really shortened my comments.
Well, I'll give you the opportunity
Just
to speak.
All right.
And if that happens, I think that in fairness, we'll open up a very brief public comment, but then we're gonna move on, but we certainly will bring it in at the top of the docket, so that it's the first thing we do. Okay, so 2 weeks? You're booked in 2 weeks, right? So then 2 more weeks then.
Always gonna be.
Vacation, school vacation.
Just like to comment that
Yes.
the petitioner has submitted 146 pages of new documentation last week. At 4:30, we had 3 business days to put together our response. I came to the planning department and said, what do I do here? Because we don't have enough time. And I was told, you can get in the butters and everybody, we have certified butters here, can get their response in on the day of the hearing. We will continue in this cycle. If we just keep going, we'll just be.
No, we won't. We would mark it no further. But respect that. Just let you know that we have we have a tool to deal with, the risk of that, that bleed. But at the end of the day, this is not a perfect science, unfortunately, but we will endeavor to make it as perfect as we can. And I say this with respect. Vacations, summer, all that notwithstanding, this board, we're all volunteers here as well, so we're here with you, shoulder to shoulder. We will be here, not just because we have to, but because we want to see this through. I want to try to accommodate obvious sort of conflicts, but.
I was gonna say, 2 of the applications, 625, will probably be one presentation.
625.
Get that one in.
625. Weeks, so that's 2 weeks. All right, then we mark it first out. We pick up. Turning to Shane's rebuttal, I'll invite obviously, the public hearing's still open, so. If you dare and are inclined, certainly we would want you to be here. I respect the fact that many of you have been here for us, so, sorry. The beginning of the end. Yeah, I want it to be marked first out.
What happens if he doesn't show?
Or he's late.
Then we can, well.
Not to do this again. It's gonna happen again.
Attorney DeShaney, you'll be, well, I think there was.
He's being here tonight that his brother died. I'm sure he'll be here on the 25th.
There was a conflict, I believe there was another.
Earlier, with another zoning hearing, that's the brother died.
Yes, brother died last.
What it's been.
Why is it like? Well, hold on, folks, please, guys, please. I know that it's late, everyone's taxed, but let's not leave our humanity to the door. Someone's brother passed. I wasn't aware of that. My condolences. I think let's undertake this continuance and then let's part company this evening and we'll come back fresh first out on the 25th. And that's what we're gonna do. And if someone's late, we'll cross that bridge when we get to it. I couldn't begin to address the hypothetical tonight, but.
Thanks for all your work.
Hopefully this, all right, do we have a motion to continue? So moved. All right, second, all those in favor? Aye. All right, any opposed? No, the motion carries, matters continued to 6:25. Thank you. And, my condolences. Thank you. We have a motion to adjourn. Minutes. Oh, sorry. We have, page 2, paragraph 80. It says 25%, it should be 25 feet. Corrections. All right. We have a motion. I love reading your minutes. Thank you. Sorry. That's all going. Not in this town, this town's dead, man.